Chapter 541. His withered body was bathed in the god's blood. The soldiers of the Ice Ghost clan raised their heads and looked at the crack in the sky. The madness in their eyes could not be suppressed, and their bodies were trembling. Ha ha ha. Frost's hysterical laughter came. At this moment, the broken armor on his body cracked, revealing a body that was riddled with scars. He reached out and grabbed forward, and the blood that belonged to the supervising immortal lord immediately began to flow towards him. As it shrank, the blood of the supervising immortal lord turned into a mark that imprinted itself on his back, turning into the 5th golden mark. Roar! The soldiers of the Ice Ghost race imitated the Chief Icy Cold's method and grabbed forward fiercely. The divine blood that was scattered in the world started to converge and imprinted on their backs. After slaying a god, this was the spoils of war, the glory, and the medal of merit for every soldier of the heaven-defying alliance. Is that enough? Icy Cold grinned and looked at his clansmen. Kill! The soldiers of the Ice Ghost race roared in unison, and an enormous killing intent soared into the sky, causing the cracks in the space to shake violently as if they would be torn apart at any time. They looked up at the sky, anticipating their rival of the gods. They longed to slay the gods. At this moment, the hearts of the gods in the underworld trembled. The heaven-defying alliance, which had disappeared for a long time, announced their arrival to the heaven realm and the underworld in such a violent manner. Even if they possessed the same combat strength, even if their hearts yearned for it, who would have the courage to carry this heaven-defying flag? But at this moment, the Ice Ghoul tribe did it. The symbol of the pair of wings in the sky that had yet to disperse represented the heaven-defying alliance. Everyone once thought that the old era of the heaven-defying alliance was over. Even if they occasionally showed themselves, they would be hunted down by the forces of the heaven realm. Basically, they would fall before long. In this era, who else could be like the Ice Ghost battle group, who could carry the heaven-defying flag and fearlessly fight against the forces of the heaven realm? Countless underworld gods fell silent at this moment. They had yearned to fight against the forces of the heaven realm countless times, just like the Ice Ghost clan. But in the end, all of this was just a desire. They did not have the courage, nor were they prepared to sacrifice themselves for this. While waiting, the frost sword in Icy Cold's hand pointed at the space crack hanging in the sky. This time, let's change the method and enter the gate of heaven. His tone was light, but the words he said were shocking. Kill their way to the heaven realm. This was something that many powerful ancient gods didn't even dare to think about. But at that moment, freezing cold said it in such a casual and unrestrained manner. It was as if he was asking his clansmen how they felt about going hunting. None of the Ice Ghost race's soldiers made a sound, but the fanaticism in their eyes was the best answer. Heaven trampling. While speaking, Icy Cold's figure turned into a blue streamer and shot into the heaven realm passage that had not yet closed. There was no need for too many words. Following closely was the best form of support. There was no way back, and their corpses would be buried in another world. But for Freezing Ice and her clansmen, what was there to be afraid of? None of the warriors who joined the heaven-defying alliance expected to have a good ending. Just as she had said, the heaven-defying alliance was merely a guide to the end of the old era in the netherworld. Therefore, the glory of creating a new era had never belonged to them. Dying in battle on the road to a new era was their final destination. Since their former comrades had already passed away, the Ice Ghost clan was also unwilling to sleep underground and be the witness of a new era. Although the dusk of the old era was poignant and beautiful, that was their world. They belonged there. Their broken bodies were only there to shine the last light, to ignite the afterglow of the old era that belonged to the heaven-defying alliance, to illuminate the path ahead of the new era that was still in darkness. Roar! The soaring killing intent shook the heaven realm passage. All the warriors of the heaven-defying alliance and the Ice Ghost clan rushed toward the heaven realm without hesitation. They rushed toward the dusk of the old era that belonged to them with great vigor. The moment the heaven realm passage closed, the gods of the netherworld who were watching everything fell silent. Some clenched their fists, some had red eyes, and some roared at the sky. The hatred that had been suppressed at the bottom of their hearts was awakened again. Were they really going to be bullied like this? All the gods of the netherworld asked themselves. When all the gods of the netherworld asked this question, the Ice Ghost clan had actually succeeded, because the afterglow of the old era had ignited the fury of the new era. The pair of red wings that represented the heaven-defying alliance was the flag that the Ice Ghost clan carried and followed them into the heaven realm passage. This heaven-defying symbol that was condensed from the blood essence of the gods of the heaven realm was the first gift that the Ice Ghost clan gave to the heaven realm. When they passed through the heaven realm passage, countless figures were already waiting there. Powerful immortals, divine beasts surrounded by immortal energy, and the endless figures of the gods of the heaven realm were floating in the sky. 10,000, 100,000, countless gods of the heaven realm gathered in front of the gate of heaven. Staring at the front, the killing intent in freezing cold's heart swelled. This world that was surrounded by spiritual energy was black in the eyes of freezing cold and his clansmen. It was dark, deep, and completely black. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky. The symbol of the heaven-defying alliance slowly floated in the sky behind him, hanging high in this world that belonged to the gods. Ice Ghost clan, I thought you were already destroyed. I didn't expect that you still exist. But this time you can't go back. An old man riding a green ox looked at freezing cold with a gloomy face and said, "Go back? Ha ha." Freezing cold couldn't help but laugh. The only way to go against the heavens was to move forward. There was no way back. He pointed the frost sword in his hand at the old man riding a green ox. His long blue hair danced in the wind, and there was only endless fighting intent in freezing cold's eyes. Kill! The soldiers of the Ice Ghost clan roared in unison. Their eyes were covered by blue light, and their bodies were trembling in the breeze. They were not afraid, but excited for the upcoming final battle. The blood in their hearts had been boiling for a long time, and they needed divine blood to cool down. I remember that your name is Freezing Cold, right? How about submitting to the heaven realm? You are a respectable warrior who can kill immortals at the Een God realm. You shouldn't fall into the 6 realms. The old man riding a green ox looked at Freezing Cold and said again, "I'll kill you first later. You talk too much." Freezing Cold's eyes were covered by blue light, and the frost sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at the old man riding a green ox. A spot of blue light instantly appeared in front of the young man and the old man. Ox. Seeing this, the old man didn't move. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and patted the head of the green ox under him. Moo. The green ox gently dug the ground with his front hooves, raised his head, and roared. Before Freezing Cold's sword spirit could get close, it was shattered by the violent sound waves. Do you think you can win? The ones here are only part of the forces of the heaven realm. You can't even defeat me. How can you fight against us? The old man's eyes flashed, and he looked at Freezing Cold with curiosity. Is it important? Freezing Cold looked at the old man riding green ox and said with a ferocious smile, "Kill! Roar!" A beast-like roar came from the Ice Ghoul clan as they followed their patriarch, Freezing Ice, and rushed towards the gods that filled the sky. With the unyielding fighting spirit that belonged to the old era of the heaven-defying alliance, they rushed to the old era of dusk without hesitation. That was the battlefield that belonged to them. At this moment, the magic arts of the gods in the heaven realm came toward the soldiers of the Ice Ghost clan like raindrops. The bodies of the soldiers withered as they advanced. Their broken bodies couldn't bear much damage, but their hearts were like a vast ocean, carrying the pride and persistence of the heaven-defying alliance. They had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. After a long time, it finally came. As they advanced, the pain their bodies endured caused them to laugh hysterically. When the Ice Ghost clan reached the front of the gods in the Heaven Realm, almost all the clansmen were killed, and everyone was bathed in blood. But no one felt sad. Instead, they carried the faith and will of the dead clansmen and continued to kill the gods in the Heaven Realm. It's over. At this time, the old man riding a green ox sighed and waved his horsetail whisk. A huge shadow of a furnace appeared out of thin air, locking freezing cold in front. We're fine. With a light sound, the furnace began to shake, and the raging flame inside instantly wrapped freezing cold. Ha ha ha. The pain of his skin being burned didn't make freezing cold wail, and the fighting spirit in his heart also jumped like a raging fire. The frost sword slashed on the furnace fiercely, and the power of extreme cold instantly penetrated the furnace and spread out. In the surprised eyes of the old man riding a green ox, the flame inside the furnace was all frozen, and the whole furnace exploded at this time, turning into broken ice pieces flying everywhere. He was only in the God realm, not even reaching the ancient God realm, but freezing cold's combat power shocked the old man. At this moment, he thought of the former top 10 battle groups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and freezing cold could become one of the battle group leaders at the God realm, which was enough to show how terrifying his talent was. Thinking of this, the old man's face became extremely gloomy. Freezing cold's talent was too high. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, he might become another Northly god. He waved his horsetail whisk again, trying to control freezing cold. At this moment, freezing cold turned his head and looked at him. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to overflow. His figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already next to the old man riding a green ox. The extreme cold spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, forming an ice-blue vortex on the tip of the sword. Kill! Moo! The huge sound wave hit him head-on, but all freezing cold's faith was concentrated on the sword in his hand. He did not take a step back, nor did he even defend. Under the impact of the huge sound wave, fine wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed. Roar! This sword broke through the sound wave and directly slashed toward the old man riding a green ox. I said, I will kill you, so I must kill you. Divine pardon. The old man spat out a green gas, which turned into an air shield in front of him. Freezing cold's sword was blocked in an instant and could not go any further. You are no match for me. Before the old man finished speaking, 2 chains appeared on freezing cold's back. They suddenly pierced through the air shield and bound his body to the ground. At this moment, the old man was horrified to find that his divine power was being pressed into his body bit by bit and could no longer be mobilized. The power of Heavenlock, the North Lee's Heavenlock. The old man screamed in horror. Die! The shield was broken, and the frost sword suddenly slashed down, taking off the head of this arrogant high-level immortal. The 6th. As he clenched his fist, the essence blood belonging to the old man was plundered, turned into a god's blood seal, and imprinted on his back, becoming freezing cold's trophy. Ha ha ha! Turning his head to look at the gods in the sky, freezing cold's laughter was extremely arrogant. Kill! Freezing cold raised the frost sword in his hand and pounced on them under the disbelieving gaze of all the gods in the heaven realm. The scene seemed to freeze at this moment. All his clansmen had died in the battle, and the only one left, freezing cold, held the broken frost sword in his hand and pounced on the gods in the sky. Like a moth flying into a flame, the shout of "Kill!" resounded between heaven and earth. This scene shocked all the gods in the sky. In this battle, the battle posture of the Ice Ghost troop and freezing cold was engraved in the hearts of the gods in the heaven realm, and it could not be erased. The red sun hanging high in the heaven realm had already sunk to the horizon, and the light of dusk reflected the figure that soared into the sky. Just like the mission of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had come to an end, accompanied by that figure, it bloomed with the last afterglow. At this moment, the last regret was gone. Looking at the heavenlock that accompanied him, Freezing Cold knew that he was not abandoned by the Bakey celestial clan, although he still did not understand why. Was it important? The afterglow of dusk shone on his face, and a smile appeared on Freezing Cold's face. Although he wanted to see the rising sun tomorrow, Freezing Cold knew that it did not belong to him. This was his home. When Freezing Cold's broken body fell from the sky, countless gods in the underworld roared at the sky. At this time, the underworld was raining blood. It was as if they were respectfully bidding farewell to the warrior of the old era of the heaven-defying alliance and the new era. However, his unyielding will ignited something that had been sealed in the hearts of the gods in the underworld. The hatred in their hearts could not be contained, and the thought of defying the heavens that they did not dare to mention was awakened again. They were waiting for the moment when the time was right to take over the blood-stained flag of the old era and create a new era that belonged to the underworld. Chapter 542. In the underworld, a rain of blood rained down. Countless hidden underworld gods were stirred up at this moment. The hatred buried deep in their hearts was awakened. In the hell region, several demon gods broke through the restraints of the earth and came to the world in the central sea region of the Yellow Spring. Huge underwater stone statues rose into the sky, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire sea in the Chunyo region. The self-sealed Chunyo broke free from its restraints and broke through the seal barrier with a roar. At this moment, the underworld gods were furious. Countless figures rose into the sky and bathed in the rain of blood. Their crimson eyes stared at the heavenly realm, and their killing intent continued to grow. Old friends, it's time to begin. Let's begin the war of gods. Use your territories as your territory and attack each other. Keep getting stronger. Come, devour each other, and let the strongest carry the banner of defiance. At this moment, these ancient underworld gods were ready to set off a new era in the underworld. At this moment, a large brass bell appeared in the central sea region of this world. As it shook lightly, the sound of the bell spread throughout the entire underworld. An old voice appeared in the minds of these ancient gods. Wait, endure. They were very familiar with this voice. It belonged to one of the rulers of the underworld, Emperor of Dongyu. Roar. At this moment, all the underworld gods let out angry roars of unwillingness. 10,000 years had passed, and they still had to wait. Were they really going to wait until their blood ran cold? All the ancient gods resisted the sound of the bell in their minds and glared at the sky. Believe me, that moment will come. You are not the pioneers of a new era. Wait, keep waiting, it will come. The sound of the bell reverberated continuously, suppressing the hostility in these ancient gods' hearts. And these ancient gods could only roar to vent their anger, heavenly realm. The symbol of the heaven-defying alliance formed by the blood of a heavenly god was slowly fading away. It seemed to represent the end of the old era belonging to the heaven-defying alliance. Icy Cold's broken body fell straight to the ground from the sky, but the 6 golden marks on his back seemed to be mocking the gods. Was it over? All the heavenly realm gods asked themselves. They had once thought that the era that belonged to the heaven-defying alliance had long since ended, that the underworld realm no longer had the power to resist, and that it would forever be suppressed by the heaven realm. However, the appearance of Icy Cold and the Ice Ghost clan was like a slap on the face of these conceited heaven realm deities. Even though the battle had ended and the enemies had been eliminated, not a single celestial realm deity had left. They were in a trance as they looked at Freezing Cold's lifeless body. Those ancient heaven gods who had lived through the era of the heaven-defying alliance saw the shadow of a person in Icy Cold. That nightmare was the one who had personally carried the banner of defying the heavens and led many gods of the underworld to declare war on them. Her name was Bailey, and it seemed to be her destiny. She had mastered the incomparably powerful heaven-sealing law, bringing death and fear to many deities in the heaven realm. Although the era that belonged to her had already passed, Her existence was engraved in the hearts of every heavenly god of that era. The suppression of the heaven-defying alliance was also due to fear. At this moment, the souls of Icy Cold and his clansmen were captured by the invisible 6 paths of reincarnation and entered the reincarnation passage. However, no god would allow them to leave. They were afraid that another enemy like Bailey would be born in the future. Countless invisible giant hands grabbed downward at this moment, pointing directly at the invisible souls of Icy Cold and the Ice Ghost clan. Just as the old man Azure Ox had said, they would never be able to go back. Even entering the 6 paths of reincarnation was absolutely impossible. Even reincarnation was not allowed by the deities in the heaven realm. The only result was complete destruction. In fact, the moment they stepped into the heaven realm passage, Icy Cold and his clansmen had already known this result. Their bodies would be buried in the heaven realm, and their souls would be destroyed. However, just as these invisible giant hands were about to grab the souls of Icy Cold and the Ice Ghost clan, the suction in the 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly increased, and a full moon appeared in front of the heavenly gate. The souls of Icy Cold and the Ice Ghost clan were instantly sucked into this full moon. At this moment, the deities in the heaven realm were shocked. They immediately activated their divine power, and the invisible giant hands immediately grabbed the full moon, trying to grab the souls of Icy Cold and the Ice Ghost clan out of the 6 paths of reincarnation passage. However, at this moment, the full moon dispersed with the wind, and these deities from the heaven realm grabbed nothing. At this moment, in the artifact space, Lu Wu's face was extremely solemn. The soul coins were burning violently, and nearly 1 million soul coins were turned into soul power to support the 6 paths of reincarnation passage every second. At the same time, the souls of Icy Cold and the Ice Ghost clan were quickly approaching the artifact. It's going to succeed, it's going to succeed. Seeing that these souls were about to enter the artifact space, a smile appeared on Lu Wu's sweaty face. However, at this moment, just as these souls were about to enter the artifact space, a golden figure appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation passage. This was a golden statue, surrounded by 10 prayer beads, with 2 horns on its head. It was sitting cross-legged, and under its body was a cloud formed by colorful mist. Under the erosion of the terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation, it stood quietly, as if it was originally a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, perfectly integrated with the surroundings. At this moment, it slowly opened its eyes, and one of the prayer beads circling around its body trembled slightly. Suddenly, Icy Cold and the souls of the Ice Ghost clan were fixed in the 6 paths of reincarnation, unable to move an inch forward. At this moment, Lu Wu was anxious, because 1 million soul coins were being consumed every second. If this went on, even he would be powerless. Heaven Ruler, East Emperor Tai. Looking at the golden figure through the artifact space, Bei Li's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, Lu Wu did not care about what Bailey said at all. He gritted his teeth and looked at the golden figure standing in the 6 paths of reincarnation passage. Then he said, "Bailey, how many soul coins do you have left?" 5, 8 billion. Bei Li, who came back to her senses, quickly answered. Then, 10 million soul coins per second. Burn them. Following Lu Wu's roar, the artifact space sped up. Countless soul coins turned into blue soul power and burned continuously, strengthening the 6 paths of reincarnation passage. The suction force increased by 10 times, but East Emperor Tai still stood there quietly, without any change in his expression. His consciousness penetrated the 6 paths of reincarnation, constantly searching for the source of this power. However, to his surprise, the source of this power was very strange. East, south, west, north, up, down, it seemed like this power was everywhere, but it also seemed to change its position in an instant, making it impossible to find out where the source was. "Come on." Lu Wu's eyes were red, and his body, which was controlling the artifact, kept trembling. Sweat was dripping down his forehead. Although Lu Wu had never seen these ice ghost clan members before, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if they were once friends, relatives, and comrades who had gone through thick and thin together. When the Ice Ghost clan was fighting with their lives on the line, Lu Wu felt a dull pain in his heart, as if he saw old friends bidding farewell to him. These warriors who fought for the underworld and for the new era, Lu Wu would never let them be tainted by the gods of the heaven realm after they died. They were the warriors of the underworld, and even in death they belonged to the underworld. At this moment, Lu Wu could not bear to see their souls vanish. Come on! In the midst of his roar, the artifact space sped up. This time, Lu Wu chose to burn 100 million soul coins every second. A huge amount of soul power was injected into the 6 paths of reincarnation from the artifact space, enveloping the souls of Freezing Ice and the Ice Ghost clan members, pulling them into the artifact space bit by bit. This time, Donghuang Tai's face finally showed some emotion. However, at the moment when Lu Wu thought he was about to succeed, the second prayer bead that was hovering around Donghuang Tai trembled and once again resisted the pull of the artifact space. Seeing this, Lu Wu's face turned pale, but he did not give up. How many soul coins do I have left? 4, 6 billion, then 1 billion. Following Lu Wu's roar, a larger amount of soul coins than before flowed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, Lu Wu only had 4 seconds. He decided to bet all his soul coins on the future of Freezing Ice and the Ice Ghost clan. Looking at Lu Wu's determined face, Bei Li suddenly felt that Lu Wu had really changed at this moment. Usually, he acted like he did not want to do anything, just wanted to be idle and was afraid of trouble. However, at this moment, the figure of him fighting with the Ice Ghost clan for Freezing Ice made her feel that Lu Wu had really changed and grown up. 1 second, 2 seconds, the souls of Freezing Ice and the clansmen were slowly approaching the artifact space under the powerful force. They were about to succeed. However, at this moment, a brass bell suddenly appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. As it swayed, gently the bell rang. Lu Wu's last hope was cut off and extinguished by the bell. The souls of Freezing Ice and the clansmen could no longer move forward. They were fixed in the 6 paths of reincarnation by the power of Donghuang Tai. You still found me, Donghuang. At this moment, a figure appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. This person's figure was blurry, surrounded by colorful law belts, ancient and mysterious. Looking at the familiar figure not far away, Donghuang Tai was silent for a moment. It's you. It seems like I was hallucinating just now. Hallucinating? What do you mean? The great emperor of the Dongyu asked, slightly confused. It's fine, but I don't quite understand. Are they worth your effort? The great emperor of the Dongyu knew what Donghuang Tai was referring to. He smiled faintly. They belong to the underworld, don't they? That's where they belong. But you promised that the traitors of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are not members of the underworld. Donghuang Tai laughed, and he laughed very happily. You violated the treaty of the 3 realms that we set and broke the rules. The great emperor of the Dongyu stood quietly in the 6 paths of reincarnation without a word. After a while, he tore off one of the law belts around him and threw it to Donghuang Tai. How about this? The purple law belt floated to Donghuang Tai's side and slowly merged into one of the telekinesis beads. Looking at the great emperor of the Dongyu, Donghuang Tai did not speak anymore. His figure slowly disappeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The souls of Freezing Ice and his clansmen also shattered with the disappearance of Donghuang Tai. At this moment, only the great emperor of the Dongyu, Lu Wu, and Bei Li were left in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Wu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the souls of Freezing Ice and his clansmen shatter. Fragmented images suddenly appeared in his mind. In the images, a blurry figure asked him, "My lord, can we succeed?" At this moment, Lu Wu could not help but murmur, "Someone has to stand up." This person may not be the founder of a new era in the underworld, but he will definitely lead the way to the end of the old era. Are you afraid?" The blurry figure answered, "Haha, I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm very happy." "Why?" "Because I believe that after embarking on this path of no return, the Ice School clan will become famous in the three realms. This is war, not a child's play. I'm very serious. I, Freezing Ice, swear that this day will come. You will see it with your own eyes." This was a vow that transcended an era. At this moment, Freezing Ice did it, but he paid a heavy price. Looking at the crystal soul fragments dispersing in the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lu Wu roared, "Heaven, I must conquer it!" Chapter 543. Looking at the soul fragments scattered in the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lu Wu gritted his teeth. Fragments of memories flashed in his mind. "Because I believe that after stepping on this path of no return, the Ice School clan will be famous in the 3 realms. I am very serious. I, Freezing Ice, swear that this day will come. You will see it with your own eyes." Although the Northly deity did not see the promise with her own eyes as a reincarnator, he saw it with his own eyes. This follower used his own way to prove that the words that sounded like a joke back then were not a joke. Although this battle was the afterglow of the setting sun, they bloomed the last brilliance that belonged to the old era. At this moment, Lu Wu's hatred for the Heaven Realm increased infinitely. "Your flag, I, Lu Wu, will take it." Lu Wu looked forward to the arrival of that day. Although the heaven-defying alliance had passed away, the flag that was dyed red had not fallen. He would lead the players to follow the path that the Ice School clan had taken and once again set foot on the Heaven Realm. At that time, he would let the gods of the Heaven Realm understand the meaning of natural disasters and fear. At this moment, Lil Bailey bit her lip and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation through the artifact, as well as the figure standing there. "Did he find us?" Lu Wu suddenly asked. "Yes, but he can't find us." Lil Bailey nodded. "Why did he do it? Was it for us?" At the moment when they were about to succeed, the great emperor of the East Mountain appeared and stopped Lu Wu from receiving the souls of Freezing Ice and the Ice School clan. But Lu Wu was not stupid, because the conversation between the great emperor of the East Mountain and the East Emperor Tai had explained that the East Emperor of the East Mountain had taken a risk for him. Yes, it was too dangerous this time. We directly materialized the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Heaven Realm, which has attracted the attention of the East Emperor Tai. That's why he followed us. In fact, with his strength, he could have instantly crushed the souls of Freezing Ice and the others. But he didn't do so because he was trying to find out where the force that was pulling the souls came from. Lu Wu's heart tightened. He did not expect it to be so dangerous. Just now, when you used 1 billion soul points to power the divine weapon every second, East Monarch Tai hid a part of his consciousness into Bingling and the other souls. Then he purposely let their souls get close to the divine weapon because he wanted to see who was controlling the 6 paths reincarnation. The great emperor of the East Mountain saved us. Lu Wu finally understood why the great emperor of the East Mountain would say that. Yes, if it wasn't for the great emperor of the East Mountain, we would have been in danger. However, as the price for breaking the treaty of the 3 realms, the great emperor of the East Mountain had to pay a law string. Bailey said with a solemn expression, "Will Dong Huang Tai believe that it was great Emperor Dongyu who did this?" He probably believes it because only the great emperor can control the 6 paths of reincarnation in the entire underworld. It was only now that Lu Wu realized how dangerous it was. At this point, Lu Wu suddenly realized something. Why is Great Emperor Dongyu helping us? Does he know of our existence? Yes, they knew it existed, but they didn't know where it was. They can sense the operation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the great emperors have acquiesced to our actions every time. Bailey nodded. Aren't they afraid? They let us control the 6 paths of reincarnation. You're Bailey's reincarnation. You used to be one of us. Moreover, you were. Lil Bei Li's voice became softer. Under Lu Wu's puzzled gaze, Lil Bei Li suddenly sighed. Anyway, they believe in you. They think that you're their only hope. Although they don't know where you are or what you're planning. They've acquiesced to your actions. Lu Wu sighed when he heard that. Even though he knew that he was the goddess of Bei Li in his past life, he still felt like he was shrouded in mystery. Bei Li was the only one who knew everything, but she was unwilling to tell him the truth, as if she was afraid of something. This made Lu Wu's desire to become stronger even stronger. This was because only strength could allow one to see through the dense fog, and the biggest asset he had was the players. This was a sword with unlimited potential that could shake the heavens in the future, and it was also Lu Wu's biggest asset to pierce through the dense fog. Suddenly, Lu Wu turned his head and looked at the great Emperor of Dongyu, who was still in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The great Emperor of Dong Yu's figure was slowly fading away. Before he disappeared, he suddenly muttered to himself, "I'm looking forward to it, waiting for it." The sentence seemed to be muttering to himself, but Lu Wu knew that it was meant for him. Lu Wu did not answer, but he had already made a promise in his heart. The day the players rise would be the day he leads his army to conquer the heavens. Before his figure completely disappeared, the great Emperor of Dongyu suddenly waved his hand at the reincarnation passage, gathering all the soul fragments in his palm, and they disappeared together with him. Don't worry, although freezing ice and the others can't reincarnate, as long as their soul fragments are still there, there's still a chance. Lil Bei Li said. Lu Wu turned his head and looked at Lil Bei Li. Don't forget about Sangshu. I was the one who repaired his soul fragments. As long as there's soul power, it won't be a problem. When you're strong enough, you can just ask the great Emperor of Dongyu for the soul fragments. Lil Bei Li suddenly said with her hands on her waist. Lu Wu was stunned when he heard her. He then smiled and rubbed Lil Bei Li's head. That's amazing. Of course. So are you happy now, Big Cat? I'm fine, but you can try to comfort me. How old are you? What a shame. What did you say about me, you old witch? Take this, Big Cat, and die. On the 2nd day after freezing ice led his people to conquer the heavenly gate, the turmoil in the underworld gradually returned. Although the players did not understand what happened that day, they could vaguely sense that there was a huge upheaval in the game world. After that, the players were surprised when the game was updated. The new function, Ghost General Trials, was introduced. While the players were excited about it, Lu Wu, who was behind the scenes, changed his previous behavior. He took the initiative to learn from Lil Bei Li how to control and use the artifact. Lil Bei Li was in disbelief at Lu Wu's change. In the past, whenever Lu Wu encountered a problem, he would always say, "Lil Bei Li, it's time to work. Stop eating, you'll be stuffed to death. Go, foodie. I'll leave this task to you. Keep it up. Problems should be solved by smart people, right? I can't learn it, it's giving me a headache. You do it. From now on, you'll be the game developer and chief planner, and I'll be the boss, the kind that doesn't do anything. I have an idea, but you'll have to build the specific functions. Why are you looking at me with disdain? I'm the boss. I don't want to learn, I don't want to listen, I don't want to learn, even if I starve to death. It's too difficult." In the past, Lu Wu always had the mentality of a salted fish. He always had the attitude of looking for Bei Li if he had a problem, and looking for her if he didn't. However, at this moment, Lil Bei Li realized that Lu Wu had changed. He started to learn how to use the artifact, which was unbelievable to Bei Li. Suddenly, she had a strange feeling that she was raising a big cat. However, Bei Li fully cooperated with Lu Wu's request. She began to explain in detail and wrote a few beginner books. Although Lu Wu's behavior made Lil Bei Li want to smash his head, she was happy to see such a change. She held back from slamming the table and shouting, "Pig, are you a pig? You don't even know how to do this. Go to hell." At the same time, Lu Wu started to contact Wu Gui to discuss the content of the game's publicity. From Lu Wu's point of view, The group of players was still not big enough. There were still a lot of players who had not joined the battle, and publicity was the key to increasing the number of players participating in the battle. This was because there were too many games in this era, and the players had too many choices. The direction of public opinion would be a sharp weapon for the battle to compete for the players' resources from other games. On the players' side, after the start of the Ghost General Trial, Lu Wu did something else, which was to update the number of skills in the skill pavilion. These new skills were the abilities of the soldiers who had died in the Martyr's Palace. With Bei Li's help, Lu Wu extracted these skills from the souls of the Valkyrie, made them into books, and put them in the skill pavilion for the players to learn. Of course, they had to spend soul coins to learn. The update of the game was undoubtedly a time of celebration for the players. Not only was the Ghost General Trial unlocked in the game, but so many new skills were also released. This allowed every character class to cultivate a large number of skills, and there were many more combinations of skills to release. This undoubtedly boosted the strength of the players once again. The appearance of new skills was not as simple as having a few more skills in the skill pane. Many skills could have unexpected effects when used in combination. For example, a mage player could first release a tornado spell, followed by a flame spell, and the skill would form a powerful flamestorm. And this was just the initial combination. The players had already researched 3 or more types of skill combinations, effectively improving their combat ability. However, to the players, the lousy officials were still lousy officials. Even if there were occasional benefits, they still had to criticize them. Among the topics that the players criticized the officials on a daily basis, the opening of the top-up channel would never change. Of course, Lu Wu chose to ignore this. He even secretly decided that it was time to collect some soul coins. This was because he had spent almost all of his soul coins in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It would not take long to earn back these soul coins. Now that all 5 servers were open, Lu Wu could save up billions of soul coins in no time if he only saved them without spending them. The reason why Lu Wu could not save up soul coins before was that he had spent them on the game development of the various servers. Especially every time an event was opened, he would spend a lot of soul coins. Therefore, he did not have much in stock. But now he had to save up soul coins because he was really poor. At this moment, the soul coins had shrunk to only 600 million. It seemed like a lot of soul coins, but it was only enough to support one event. It was not enough at all. Back then, the number of players was small, so the number of soul coins spent on the event was not much. However, as the number of players skyrocketed, although the income of soul coins also increased in proportion, the expenditure for each event also increased significantly. Lu Wu would use these soul coins for himself, but in the end, he would still use them on the players. However, to Lu Wu, the feeling of not having any soul coins was really terrible. Therefore, Lu Wu extended his evil claws to the players who were still immersed in the happiness of the update. Lu Wu had already blown the horn of pay to win. How could he stop? Chapter 544. In the KOK Esports Club in Chi Dragon. It was late at night, but there was still a light on in the Esports Club. Under the light, a man stared at the computer screen attentively. His left hand kept typing on the keyboard, and his right hand moved the mouse. The game he was playing wasn't a popular game in reality, but it was definitely a classic game. Even though virtual reality games were rampant, there were still players who stuck to this game. Donglu was one of them. It was like there were still people who played Mario for 10 years in an era when there were so many games. They repeated the game over and over again, breaking their own record. Others might seem bored, but they enjoyed it. Sometimes persistence in a game was a kind of faith. Their happiness wasn't something that others would care about. Time passed bit by bit. Donglu controlled his game character and fought with his teammates against the enemy camp. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but he didn't wipe it away. His eyes were still focused on the computer screen. Actors. They're all F***king actors. My trash teammates are playing me. When the computer screen turned gray, Donglu suddenly stood up, picked up the keyboard, and smashed it hard on the computer screen. As a member of the esports industry, even though he was already 31 years old, his temper hadn't changed. The current esports industry wasn't as pure as it used to be hundreds of years ago. There were too many internal interests involved. The first batch of esports players had very low salaries. They became professional players because of their faith, but the joy of victory was very pure. But after the capital entered the industry, many things would change. On one hand, the benefits brought by capital were that the treatment of professional players became better. They could pursue their faith without being hindered by material things. But the nature of capital was to make money. They made the esports industry no longer pure, and the dark side of fixing matches also emerged. Interests affected people's hearts. Even the boss of the team could make the players give up victory for the sake of profits. There was a systematic chain of interests behind fixing matches. The players were like puppets. No matter how good their skills were, they would be abandoned if they didn't compromise when their superiors ordered them to. Although the life of the professional players had become better, some players found it hard to accept, because they entered this industry for their faith. When they won, they would be happy even if they were eating instant noodles. And Donglu was one of them. He had given up a lot for esports and had chosen to step into this industry. Relying on his excellent technique, he stood out from the crowd and received an invitation from a club to become a professional player. However, what happened next was not as simple as he thought. The truth was completely different. There was an extremely important Heaven's Road World Finals, and he was actually told by his superiors that he had to intentionally throw the match, and that he had to lose this match. The reason was that the boss had bet a lot of money on his team to lose. If the team didn't lose, the boss would suffer a huge loss. What a laughable reason. That was why Donglu didn't go easy on his teammates in that competition. However, his teammates all compromised. Because Team Esports wasn't a single-player game, they still lost in the end. After that, Donglu didn't even need to mention it. He was fired by the club. At that time, Donglu thought that with his amazing skills, there would be another place for him. He decisively picked up his bag and left. However, after changing clubs one after another, Donglu discovered that the reality was just so cruel. He had yet to find an esports club that worked solely for the sake of winning. Perhaps this was a coincidence, but Donglu was completely disappointed with this trip. Having been in this industry for almost 10 years, Donglu had seen too much darkness. There were the bosses of various teams who bought the loss, and both sides crazily sacrificed their players to those who didn't want to win. There were also situations where players who were unwilling to cooperate were replaced midway, and so on. Noobs in esports games weren't the original sin, because more than 80% of players were noobs. They were the backbone of the gaming industry. It was their dedication that allowed those players who were called gods to have the pleasure of oppressing noobs. It was also the existence of noobs that allowed them to stand out and be called gods. However, fixing the match was a stain on fair competition. This was something that Donglu couldn't tolerate. Along the way, his mentality had changed. The only thing that hadn't changed was Donglio's violent temper. For this reason, he had beaten up his teammates and the players of the opposing team. However, every time he made a move, he would regret it. Because of this, he had changed clubs one after another. It had to be said that the moment he beat someone up, he always felt very good. Today, he was fired again, because this time he was even more excessive. After fixing the match, he even beat up the coach and the players. If it weren't for everyone stopping him, he would have rushed to the boss's office and beat up the boss as well. F***CK Esports. F***CK your dreams. I will smash your heads. With this mentality, he ended his professional career and was even banned by the organizers of Heaven Road. His gaming career was completely over. At the same time that he felt happy, Donglu also felt incomparably disappointed. For this reason, he had worked hard for 10 years. He had given his entire youth to Heaven Road, but he ended up like a stray dog. Looking at the computer screen, Donglu seemed to be in a daze. The broken screen was full of cracks, just like his heart. Taking a deep breath, Donglu picked up the suitcase under his feet and walked toward the door. Originally, he was going to leave tomorrow, but he decided to leave now. At this time, he felt that the air in the club was dirty and disgusting. Also, he just smashed the computer, so he had to pay for it. It was better to leave now. The club was located in the center of the city, and it was brightly lit at night. Walking on the road, Donglu couldn't help but feel empty. The dream that he had persisted in for 10 years was completely gone. Because of the ban, he would never be able to set foot on the stage of victory again. Thinking of this, Donglu turned around and raised his middle finger in the direction of the club. "I'm so King angry. I really want to beat those bastards to death." Some people were quiet when they were angry, while some people were especially violent when they were angry. Donglu was the extreme of violent, and he wanted to beat someone up. Of course, he would never beat someone up for no reason. After all, he was someone who had gone through 16 years of compulsory education. Walking forward aimlessly, Donglu didn't even know where to go. If he went home, it would be too embarrassing. His parents didn't support him to embark on this career, and because of his persistence, he fell out with his family. He wanted to go back after achieving some results and proudly tell his parents how famous his son was, how many fans he had, and so on. But now, he was just a stray dog who had been expelled. Dong Luning felt that it was too embarrassing to go back at this time, so he naturally didn't want to. Sighing, Dong Lu felt that he should find a job first. These years of esports career didn't let him save much money, so the most important thing now was to find a way to make a living. It was already late at night. He took out his phone, opened the app, and looked around at the nearby hotels. Donglu chose a cheap one, then dragged his luggage and walked over. There were some things that the more you wanted to let go, the more you couldn't. Donglu had long thought that this day would come. At that time, he felt that he should raise his middle finger, flip the table, and leave, feeling extremely free and at ease. But when it really came, Donglu was still full of reluctance. His love for games hadn't faded. How he wanted to continue his conquest, trample on many opponents, and build his own undefeated esports dynasty. But an esports dynasty with capital was far less tempting than money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The angrier he became, the more he wanted to turn back, grab those players and the boss from their sleep, and smash their heads. But if he really did that, Donglu felt that he should stay in the detention center tonight, not in a hotel. My bad temper that has nowhere to go. My youth is over, and this old man's working life is about to begin. Thinking about it carefully, the rest of my life is simply a tragedy. I don't have the ability, I don't have the talent, and I don't have the skills except for being good at playing games. Moreover, I'm already 31 years old, and my ability is already declining. In the esports industry, one always ate the food of youth. Although humans could live to 100 years old on average, from 30 years old onwards, all aspects of the body would go downhill. It was simply unrealistic to change to another game and walk this path again. At this moment, Donglio's heart was full of resentment. Before entering this industry, he naturally thought about what he would do after retirement. After all, this industry ate the food of youth, and retirement wasn't too far away for professional players. At that time, Donglu thought that after winning a few championships, he would retire and open an online shop, like other popular retired esports players, selling meat muffins to make a fortune. And then he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Now that he thought about it, Donglu really wanted to smash his head from 10 years ago with a hammer. He was as stupid as a pig. How could he make such a decision? Now, after 10 years, not only did he not get anything, but all the money he earned was used to pay for medical expenses. As he thought about it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He almost couldn't help but turn around and burn the club down. He had suffered too many losses because of his bad temper, but he would always apologize humbly and promise not to do it again. But every time he attacked, he would always forget about it, of course. When he beat people up, he was often beaten up. After all, there were always people he couldn't beat, and there were also times when he was specifically targeted and attacked. However, Donglu had never lowered his head. With the help of his bad temper, he would fight even if he couldn't win. He was like a Viking warrior, unbelievably headstrong. According to the boss of an esports club, a young man like him wouldn't be able to survive anywhere, so he should retire early or else he would definitely regret it in the future. Now that the prophecy had come true, Donglu really wanted to thank his whole family. It was so King accurate. After turning an intersection, the hotel that he had booked appeared across the road. Donglu looked at his phone, confirmed the name and address of the hotel, and then stepped in. This hotel didn't have any service staff, and it was completely covered by surveillance cameras. After entering the hotel, a room number popped up on Donglu's phone. Donglu was about to step toward the elevator. At this time, he suddenly noticed the advertisement placed on the side of the elevator. On it was a beautiful live battle scene, and from time to time, text explanations appeared, introducing the abilities of both sides in the battle. Out of curiosity, Donglu walked closer and began to stare at the screen carefully. The scene ended in less than 5 minutes, but Donglu felt that it was very exciting. He was really impressed that the movie could have such a smooth and gorgeous battle scene, thinking that it was a new action movie that was about to be released. At this time, a line of words appeared on the advertisement screen. Battle Online, Your Second World. Chapter 545. There are so many clubs and gaming guilds in the game. Could there be some shady dealings going on? Donglu was furious when he thought of those esports clubs that exploited Heavenly Road's last bit of value and were going to harm other games. Looking at Donglu, Yi-chun felt that he had to send him to the hospital. No, I'm playing Heavenly Road. Donglu shook his head and answered. Hearing this, Donglu could not help but ask. After all, there was money to be made, so why not? Heavenly Road? Do people still play that old game? Yi-chun was stunned. It's okay, it's my fault for attacking first. Donglu shook his head and said, looking at the expressionless Donglu, who was tied down, Yi-chun apologized again. Battle Royale is number 1. Heavenly Road is the real trash. Yi-chun stared at him, unconvinced. Fortunately, the medical standards were very high now. With the help of the healing robots, Donglu's injuries were quickly treated. Donglu then changed the search keywords and began to search for information about the inside story of Battle Royale. In other words, everyone started from scratch. Even the rich esports clubs could not rely on buying powerful accounts to get ahead of others. His passion for the game was ignited once again. Brother, do you have some misunderstanding about Battle Royale? Yi-chun heard the strangeness in Donglu's words. The pursuit of profit was unchangeable, especially when esports had developed to such a large scale. I want to join your guild and defeat those esports clubs. He struggled to stand up and walked out of the hospital. Anyway, he was bragging about how the graphics were invincible and how the controls were 100% realistic and so on. Brother, I think you should really try this game. You'll know when the time comes. Money may be useful for a game like Battle Royale, but it's nothing to the Battle Royale officials. Therefore, he had a chance to defeat those esports clubs. Many professional esports players that he knew changed their careers because of this game, completely giving up on the path of esports. Where did you learn your combat skills? However, he did not try this game. Instead, he insisted on playing Heavenly Road because it was the path he had chosen. He would never turn back until he stood at the top. Yeah, I hope this game won't be ruined by them. Sometimes the organizers of the competition would even join in. After the call was put through, Donglu said at this moment, when he saw the promotional video for the battle, Donglu suddenly thought of a piece of news he had accidentally heard before. All of this left Donglu dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that he, who had always insisted on playing Heavenly Road, was indeed an antique. Virtual games had actually developed to such a level. Thinking of this, Donglu sighed, feeling that he was thinking too much. You don't have to worry about that. Those esports clubs in Heaven's Road are nothing in the war. Don't think that I'm being harsh. Basically, the strongest guilds in the world are all in the war. Those few old clubs in Heaven's Road are nothing. At this time, the handsome man also walked into the elevator. Moreover, he had just found out from the information he had found. Bro, hold on. Not only were there no shady deals involved, but they could also learn about forging, medicine, and other knowledge in the game. They could even improve their grades. I learned it in the game. I don't have time to learn it. Yi Qin answered immediately. Very few games were unaffected by this. After 2 years in the war, many combat moves have become a conditioned reflex. I'm really sorry, bro. Let me help you up. Yi Qin looked regretful. He came to Dong Liu's side and put his hand on his shoulder. Looking at Yi Qin, who was very sincere, Dong Liu nodded. F***ck, bro, are you okay? I didn't mean it. It's a conditioned reflex. This time, he didn't come to this hotel to check in. There was a professional player living on the top floor, and he was going to pull him into his guardian angel. After asking for the address in the game, he specially came to recruit him. There was no company address written on it. It was a very simple line of words. I understand. After all, you haven't played the game before. Yi Qin nodded indifferently. Otherwise, something bad would really happen. Each player in this game only had one account and one character. Their identity was bound and could not be changed. Coincidentally, they could not be bought or sold. Looking at Dong Liu's weak face, Yi Qin felt helpless. At the same time, he felt that he was too king strong. Why? Dong Liu could not help but ask curiously. It is said that many clubs are about to enter the war. At this time, Dong Liu suddenly said. Yi Qin helped Dong Liu into the hospital. After a series of examinations, a list appeared in front of Yi Qin. Phone. XXXXX. After all, Heavenly Road was also a world-class popular game like the war, but it was still inevitable. He could not beat them, and he could not afford to offend them. Top floor, thank you. The man smiled slightly. After helping Dong Liu into the car, Yi Qin sat in the driver's seat. At this time, Dong Liu did not hate Yi Qin. It was normal for him to get hurt in a fight. After searching for the nearest hospital, Yi Qin chose to drive on autopilot. Then he turned his head and looked at Dong Liu, who was lying in the back seat. Thinking of this, Dong Liu suddenly had a strong desire to try this game. What's wrong with you? Why are you sighing? At this time, a voice came from the side, startling Dong Liu. Most importantly, they had money, so it was too easy to manipulate the fairness of a game in terms of competition. Bro, what does the entry of clubs and game guilds have to do with the fairness of competition? Can they affect the game officials? Yeah, it's nothing. In the game, I learned cooking, medical knowledge, blacksmithing, and even helped many students successfully get into their ideal schools. Yi Qin said with a smile. Dong Liu half-squatted and gasped. He felt his vision was beginning to blur, and he had already realized that he could not beat this guy. It's okay, I won't die, Dong Liu said weakly. What you said is impossible in the war, Yi Qin said helplessly. At this moment, Dong Liu looked at Yi Qin with a weak face. He felt that under this guy's harmless appearance, he was actually a fierce beast. He took a closer look and was shocked to find that he had broken one of Dong Liu's ribs. F***ck, you have too much money to burn. For a game like this, server maintenance alone costs a lot of money every year. Dong Liu could not help but complain. Every time a financial force entered a game, it would certainly make the game full of vitality in the early stage, but when they left, it would often be a mess. He felt that this game was really stubborn and did not want to earn money. It was very much like him, willful. At this time, a silver-white phantom was parked outside. When Yi Qin came to the side, the door opened automatically. After a while, he took out his phone and began to read information about Battle Online. He had been in this industry for so long, but he had never seen a game that could not be won with money. He did not expect this to happen. Otherwise, if he had a random critical hit, he would have kicked this guy to death, even if he had 10 lives. Because the strength of the body was related to the level, it could be improved by killing monsters in the game. Thinking of this, he took out Yi Qin's business card from his pocket took out his phone, and dialed a number. After a while, they arrived at the hospital. "That's enough. I have an appointment with someone. I'll pay for your medical expenses. This is my number. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. If you want to play Battle Online, you can also find me in the game. I can help you punish those shady clubs." Yi Chin said as he handed over his business card. "Brother, hang in there. I'll send you to the hospital," Yi Chin said apologetically. Seeing that Dong Lu did not answer, Yi Chin did not speak anymore. He turned his head to look at him from time to time as if to observe if he would suddenly die. "Why do you care? What rubbish Battle Online? I've never heard of it." Taking a deep breath, Dong Lu could not help but stare. At this moment, Dong Lu suddenly felt a little excited. "To be honest, brother, you are too hot-tempered. You attacked directly. Fortunately, you met me this time. If you were a boxer like Boss Lu, your head would have exploded." Therefore, Dong Lu tried to search for information about learning skills in Battle Online and so on. Which floor? After entering the elevator and pressing the floor button, Dong Lu looked at the man. At this time, Yi Chin wanted to follow up with a side kick out of reflex. Suddenly, he realized something and quickly retracted his leg. Although he had always heard of this famous game, he did not know much about Battle Online. It had always been in the range of a very fun game that others said. Not just a lot, it's so many that it's exploding. There are so many major gaming guilds and clubs. Seeing this, Yi Chin tilted his head to the left, causing the punch to miss. He had been in many fights, but it was his first time seeing someone so ruthless. Just now, he also noticed that this guy seemed to have the urge to follow up with a side kick. He had often heard people mention this game. At this moment, Yi Chin could not help but cover his face. However, what Yi Chin had said just now had really piqued his curiosity. In the game, he had made a lot of friends, experienced several large-scale wars, sailed out to sea, fished in the stormy sea with lightning and thunder, and stepped into countless magical and strange places. Thinking of that strange and dazzling world, Yi Chin could not help but smile. Looking at Dong Liu's serious face, Yi Chin could not help but laugh. At the same time, he was glad that this was not in the game. At this moment, Dong Lu suddenly felt that this game would probably go down the road of Heavenly Road, and their goal was Battle Online. "Hiss, you've practiced martial arts before." Dong Lu did not even stand firmly before he slid to the ground weakly against the wall. Now he was a little surprised by Yi Chin's explosive combat power. Because of the huge profits, there would inevitably be open and hidden bets in every game. This was a huge piece of juicy meat. Learned it in the game? You mean Battle Online? Dong Lu was stunned. "No reason. I think it's because I'm stubborn." After thinking about it, Yi Chin gave the standard answer of the foreign players. Because the life of this classic old game, Heavenly Road, was coming to an end. There was not much profit to be gained even if they persisted, so they had to change to a more popular game. Looking at Yi Chin, Dong Lu sighed, and then told him about his 10 years of pursuit of esports dreams. But in the end, it was all for naught. Those Heavenly Road esports clubs that were full of shady secrets could be said to have wasted his entire 10 years of youth. Now that these clubs were about to enter Battle Online, they must be trying to reap benefits from it. Without exception, all the video game media gave this game good reviews. Even though he was already 31 years old, and his bodily functions should be on the decline. According to the reports of the gaming media, this game did not have any age restriction. Thinking of what Yi Chin had just said, he suddenly had an idea at this moment, which was to snipe the few esports clubs in Heavenly Road. That's the truth. However, the heroic words of the past seemed like a joke at this moment. He did not stand at the peak, but he still turned back. To Dong Lu, this was simply unbelievable. To Dong Lu, this game was full of magic. It was unbelievable that it could attract so many esports players who made a living from this game. Battle Online my *SS. Dong Lu directly pounced on Yi Chin. "Brother, don't fight. I'm a Battle Online player. Haven't you heard that you can't fight Battle Online players? Yi Qin said with a vigilant look. Although he had always heard that Battle Online was fun, Yi Chen's description sounded very ridiculous to him. It was not voluntary, but he was kicked back by reality. This knee to the head almost made him doubt his life. After waiting for the elevator to go down, Yi Chen quickly helped Dong Lu out of the hotel. I won't have asterisk king die. Dong Lu said feebly. Brother, it's my fault too. I shouldn't have ridiculed your favorite game. It's mainly because I always joke with my friends. I think that games other than Battle Online are all rubbish, so I said it subconsciously. Thinking back, he fell into the pit of Battle Online just to help his sister vent her anger. Are you kidding me? Dong Lu looked incredulous. He turned his head and saw an extremely handsome man looking at him with a surprised expression. Seeing the words Battle Online on the advertisement screen, Dong Lu could not help but be stunned. Battle Online Protect XX Guild. Yi Chun for ordinary players, it might not be felt, but for professional players, the impact was very obvious. It was simply a killing move. It was 2F asterisk king cruel. A single spark can start a prairie fire, and benefits can move people's hearts. Sometimes it's just an opportunity. After playing Battle Online for 2 years, the battle in the game had always been about maximizing damage. Attacking had become a conditioned reflex, but he did not expect it to affect him in reality. It was 2F asterisk king cruel. At this time, the elevator door opened. Yi Chen saw it and pressed the close button. At the same time, he canceled the button to the top floor and pressed the button to go downstairs. When he first heard the news, Dong Lu was very emotional. He felt that he had to work harder because there was not much time left for him to fight for the championship. With a simple search, news about the Game Battle League appeared densely and densely. It had been 2 years now, but he was still addicted to it. It's okay. Dong Lu shook his head and turned to walk to the elevator. Battle Online. Using love to generate electricity. Then he threw him over his shoulder. Go to hell for calling Battle Online a piece of sh*t. This sentence was crossed out. Dong Lu could not help but cough when he heard it. However, all the information he found proved that Battle Online's official character was reliable without any exception. By the way, do you play Battle Online too? The man suddenly asked. He helped Dong Lu up. Is the competition in this game fair? Don't the game manufacturers make money? Dong Lu could not help but ask again. At this moment, Dong Liu's temper could not stop surging. He could not help but want to turn around and smash this person's head. At that moment, Yi Chan raised his knee out of reflex. He kneed Dong Liu's chest and pushed him back hard. Another large amount of information appeared. For example, a certain player learned sailing skills. A certain player learned to measure the weight of medicinal herbs by hand without the use of tools, and so on at this moment. Dong Lu did not want to spoil him anymore. He raised his fist and punched him. For some reason, he felt that this guy was showing off in his words. Can't I? Dong Lu was stunned. By the way, did something happen to you? Why do I feel like you have a prejudice against Battle Online? Yi Chen could not help but ask. Looking at Yi Chen, who was leaving, Dong Lu fell into deep thought. Although it was night, modern hospitals were open 24 hours, so there was no need to worry about doctors on duty. So, the esports club in Heaven Road is coming to Battle Online to make trouble? Yi Chen suddenly felt sympathetic after learning about Dong Liu's experience. Dong Lu suddenly felt much better after he vented out all the depression he had been suppressing at the bottom of his heart. This was what he heard when the coach was chatting with his team members. It was said that several esports clubs in Heaven Road were going to enter Battle Online. Chapter 546. Recently, something interesting happened during the battle, and it caught Lu Wu's attention. Many esports clubs and gaming guilds had sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. Of course, Lu Wu did not pay attention to it. However, what surprised Lu Wu was that when these esports clubs joined battle, some players revealed something in the forum. That was, many underground BC websites had opened bets for battle individual competition. It was obvious that they were preparing to enter the battle game. Lu Wu was intrigued by this. However, before Lu Wu could deal with it, the enthusiastic battle players took the lead and started investigating the matter while shouting the slogan, "The battle environment is not to be tarnished." Many higher-ups of the major guilds in Beiki mobilized their forces in the real world and started investigating the source of the matter from the underground BC websites. Soon, the dark history of several esports clubs was dug out and exposed in the forum. At the same time, the sanctions against the battle players began. The players showed no mercy to these few guilds. With the Guardian Guild led by Yi Qin as the main force, they started the purge. This wave of suppression was extremely fierce. Although these esports clubs had invested a lot of money to buy a batch of soul coins from the players in order to develop quickly, they did not even have the ability to fight back. Faced with the attacks of the entire group of battle players, they did not even have the ability to fight back. Although the players did not think that these few guilds had the ability to affect the individual competition. After all, the bosses of the major guilds that were currently participating in the war did not lack money at all. They had never thought of earning a single cent from the war. In fact, they were constantly investing cash into the war in exchange for game resources. Everything was because of their passion. In addition, several of the super guilds basically had wall-level players overseeing them. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for these newly established organizations to form a shady, competitive chain of interests. Not to mention the fact that they could not bribe the wall-level players. The major guilds in battle had crushed these veteran esports clubs in terms of the amount of money they had. However, the players would not allow any blemishes to appear in battle. They responded to the call and began to purge these competition tumors. Most of the players had developed feelings for battle. There were friends here, life in a different world that was like a rebirth, and they were hot-blooded and touched. No matter who it was, anyone who disrupted the order of the game was an enemy. This wave of purge lasted for 3 days. As long as the guild members of the Heavens Road Esports Club dared to leave the safe zone to train, they would be greeted with merciless killing and a 3-hour resurrection cooldown. It was impossible for him to level up. This completely stunned Eastflow, who had just entered the battlefield a few days ago. This environment made his blood boil. He could feel that this was a group of players who loved the game as much as he did. This kind of gaming environment was what he had always dreamed of. Everything in the game revealed the player's passion for the game. For example, there were game guides on the forum that were as large as a database. They were all compiled and published by the players because of their passion for the game. Another example was the fact that many lifestyle players would create items for other players for free. This was also because of their passion. There were many more examples like this. Although there was competition in the game, this kind of competition environment was benign and would only increase the fun of the game and the determination of the players to become stronger, unlike Heaven's Road, which was filled with shady deals and ability was secondary. From Donglio's point of view, Battle Royale was more like a new world. Everyone had their own lives, their own pleasures, and even more so, their unforgettable fetters. Becoming close friends with NPCs, staying up all night with guild friends to clear dungeons, explore, study new skills, or gain proficiency in life professions, and so on. Before coming into contact with this game, Donglu would never have believed that there could be such a realistic and colorful world in the game. The players seemed to have integrated into this world, and even felt that they were part of the mansion of the dead, the natives. While all of this was shocking to Donglu, it also made him want to be part of it. Of course, after coming into contact with the game, he suffered a huge blow in some aspects. For example, the gap in combat skills. He had always thought that he was good at the game, but he was so abused in this game that he almost became autistic. Although he knew that this game was different from the traditional mouse and keyboard controls, Donglu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he thought that since he was so good at fighting, he would be able to rise quickly. However, it turned out that Yi Qin was right. In terms of fighting, Battle Royale players were extraordinarily strong, and their combat skills were even better than his. His attributes couldn't keep up, and his skills were much worse. After failing several times in the individual arena, he was really close to becoming autistic. Unwilling to admit defeat, Donglu went to the Battle Royale forum and searched for the combat skills tutorial post to see the combat skills of other players. However, after reading a series of combat technique guides such as Fist Technique Outline, Assassin's 6 Stealthy Moves, Mage's Melee Staff Techniques, Battlefield Offensive Techniques, Analysis of Spell Release Angles, and so on, Donglu was completely convinced. The hardcore of the Battle Royale players made Donglu tremble in fear. This was because these Battle Royale players learned to fight for the sake of killing their enemies quickly. Compared to them, Donglio's boorish fighting style was completely out of line. At this moment, he believed what Yi Chen said, and he also understood why Yi Chen pointed out that he was a Battle Royale player. However, none of this defeated Donglu. At this moment, the 31-year-old Donglio's fighting spirit was reignited, and he decided to strive for the peak of Battle Royale. He also believed that such a day would come. A starting point full of hope was far more joyful than a mountain peak covered by dark clouds. It was also more full of vitality and hope. At least, that was what Donglu thought. The farce of the players over the past few days also made Lu Wu realize something. The cake of Battle Royale was too big. It had already attracted the attention of many capitalists. Lu Wu conducted a thorough investigation on the few clubs that were suppressed by the players. During the investigation, he found out that there was a huge profit chain behind the game, Heavenly Road. The way they made money was not as simple as relying on sponsors. Basically, they were all related to BBC.com, manipulating the competition in secret to reap huge profits. This situation piqued Lu Wu's curiosity, so he conducted a thorough investigation on Battle Royale. He dug out the detailed information of many major guilds, wanting to see if there were similar examples in other servers. However, after some sorting, the results of the investigation left Lu Wu dumbfounded. This was because there were organizations with the same idea in every server. Their original intention in entering Battle Royale was to make money. This included the newly opened non-server guilds. But what was unbelievable was that they actually played it. These guilds and organizations that did not have a pure purpose in the beginning had all, without exception, given up their original intentions and started to play the game seriously. The money that they invested into the game was originally intended to reap greater benefits, but now it was all turned into equipment or items on their bodies. There were even some guilds that had agreed to enter Battle Royale together and join forces to stir up trouble in the game, such as controlling the price of the auction house in the game to reap huge profits. However, some guilds had even developed into rivals. Not only did they fail to do so, but they were also throwing money into it, hoping to bring down the opposing guild. It could be said that they had completely immersed themselves in the identity of the players. At this moment, Lu Wu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had also given up on his original idea of punishing them. At the same time in Beiki, the few clubs that were previously suppressed began to post on the forum, apologizing. They solemnly promised that they were here to play the game seriously and would never go against their original intentions as players of Battle Royale. After 3 days of playing the game, they had also become loyal fans of Battle Royale. Faced with the criticism and suppression from the players, they felt mentally and physically exhausted. However, it was impossible for them to do anything without apologizing. This was because this game did not allow them to delete their accounts and start over. Although it was an online game, they had to be responsible for their actions. If they did not apologize, then their future gaming career would be extremely miserable. Therefore, they lowered their heads and wrote a 10,000-word letter of guarantee on the forum, hoping that the players of Battle Royale would forgive them and that they were really only here to play the game. With regards to this, the players finally chose to forgive them after seeing their sincere attitude. The waves of shock subsided, but for the players, they were unusually satisfied. Although it was a simple matter, the players felt as if they were warriors who had successfully defeated the devil and protected their homeland. A sense of pride welled up in them. Lu Wu was also very pleased with the players' performance. As it turned out, the players' feelings for Battle Royale were extremely pure. Of course, the players' feelings for the game were indeed pure, but they were filled with malice toward Lu Wu, the official. At this moment, the players began to clamor again in the Battle Royale official forum. "Stupid official, tomorrow is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Are you ready to bleed?" Laughing emoji. "Where's the stupid official? Where's the announcement of the Hungry Ghost Festival? Hurry up!" Slams table emoji. When the Hungry Ghost Festival begins, the stupid official should give everyone 10,000 soul coins. Who agrees and who disagrees? Tong Gua's arrogant face. Chapter 547. It was the Hungry Ghost Festival in the middle of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. It was a traditional festival among the people of the Dragon Nation, also known as the Ghost Festival. The players noticed that the decorations in the Mansion of the Dead had undergone a drastic change on this day. Green willow, the wisp flames danced on the buildings in the city. Yellow, ghost paper fluttered down from the sky. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, and a cool breeze blew past. Grudging sighs and murmurs could be heard from time to time. The atmosphere had become extremely creepy and terrifying. Of course, most players were immune to this, except for a few timid players. After all, their courage had been honed by the battles they had gone through. They were all warriors who had gone through war. From the player's point of view, even if a real ghost appeared, it would be able to drain its HP bar. At this point, the players were looking forward to the activities that the stupid officials would organize on this day. Would they suddenly have a stroke and give them a wave of super welfare activities, such as giving away 10,000 soul coins? Lu Wu had already made plans for the Hungry Ghost Festival. He released the event announcement in the wee hours of the morning. Hungry Ghost Festival, event announcement, Frowny Face Hungry Ghost Festival Event 1. Ghost Parade, 12 noon to 5 p.m. Event details. The gates of hell will open in the middle of the 7th month. At the beginning of the event, the Ghost Mother will lead her subordinates, 100 ghosts, and 100,000 ghost soldiers to attack the land of Baiki. During this period, the players will need to avoid the attacks of the Ghost Mother, boss, and her subordinates. If the Ghost Mother or her subordinates come into contact with you, the player will be disqualified. If the ghost soldiers come into contact with you twice, the player will also be disqualified. The Ghost Mother and her subordinates are invincible monsters. They are immune to all damage and control. Event requirement. Survive until the end of the event. Event hint. Every time the ghost soldiers kill a player, they will be temporarily immobilized, other than the Ghost Mother and her subordinates. They will not be able to kill another player. Event hint 2. The Ghost Mother will appear in the last hour of the event. Event message. The gates of hell will open in the middle of the 7th month. Go home at midnight. Hungry Ghost Festival Event 2. Zhong Kuei subduing the demons, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Event details. After the event begins, all players in Baiki will be randomly assigned to 2 camps. The camp battle mode will be activated. Camp 1. Zombie abilities mastered. Disguise required you look no different from an ordinary person. You won't be able to see any changes in your appearance. Bloodlust required move within 1 meter of the target player. If the target player is a heavenly master from the Zhong Kuei faction, the target will die. Cool down, 10 minutes. Blood Eye required after use. The world will turn black and white. Players on your side will appear gray, and players from Zhong Kuei's camp will appear red. No cooldown. Random ability, 1 invisibility, random enters stealth state for 120 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Blood Claw, random, can be used on targets within 15 meters. If the target is a heavenly master from Zhong Kuei's camp, 1-hit kill. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Flying, random, using this ability will grant the user the ability to fly. Duration, 5 minutes. Cool down, 20 minutes. Body of rigor mortis, random gain and extra life. After the first death, you will be randomly resurrected in the land of Baki, limited to 1 time. Alignment 2. Heavenly Master abilities mastered. Destroy evil. Required used on target player. If target player is in the zombie faction, target player will die. Cool down, 7 minutes. Exorcism. Essential once activated. Zombies will not be able to approach you for 20 seconds. Random ability. Can only have 1 yin-yang eye. Random. Identify if the target player is a zombie. Cool down, 7 minutes. Thunder Palm. Random cause group damage in a 5x5 area. Zombie faction players who are injured will die. Cool down, 1 hour. Taoist Barrier. Random immune to 2 zombie attacks. Event tip. Players from both camps will receive special evolved abilities during the event. Heavenly Master. Kill 10 players from the zombie faction and evolve into Zhong Kuei. Cooldown of Destroy Evil will be reduced to 1 minute. Additional ability acquired. Yin Yang Eye 1 minute cooldown. If you have acquired the ability of Yin Yang Eye, it will be changed to Taoist Barrier. Zombie. Kill 10 players from the Heavenly Master's camp and evolve into General. Cooldown of Bloodlust will be reduced to 1 minute. Additional ability acquired. Body of Rigor Mortis 3 resurrections. If you have acquired this skill randomly, it will be changed to Bloody Claw. Event requirement. After the event officially starts, players from both camps can attack each other. After the event ends, the camp with the most number of players present will be the winner of the event. Event message. Heavenly Master vanquishes demons. Punishment of good and evil. Hungry Ghost Festival Event 3. Ghost Lantern Remembrance 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. Event details. After the event starts, the Underworld Sea will undergo great changes. All players who are online will receive mission items, Ghost Lantern, River Lantern, and Letter. Ghost Lantern. Place the remembrance of your deceased loved ones and float it far away from the Underworld Sea. Along the way, help lonely souls and obtain good karma. Letter. Write the remembrance of your deceased loved ones and place it in the Ghost Lantern to send it far away. Event requirement. After placing the Ghost Lantern in the Underworld Sea, let it drift freely. Spiritual materials, soul coins, and other tributes can be stored inside the Ghost Lantern. If you obtain good karma from lonely souls along the way, you will receive a special hidden attribute, Dark Virtue. After the announcement of the Hungry Ghost Festival event was released, the Baki players' faces were instantly filled with smiles. It was only at this time that the players would give Battle official good reviews on the forum. The day of the event was also the time when the number of people online in Battle official peaked. As long as there was nothing particularly important to deal with in reality, the players would always be online to await their orders and prepare for the event. On this day, every region in the land of Baki was filled with players who had returned from the sea or other regions. For the players, every festival event was not as simple as sucking the blood of the dog officials. More importantly, the event could bring happiness. Hence, every Battle Festival event was a grand event for the players in the entire region. After knowing that the first event was the invasion of the Ogre Mother, the players had already begun to purchase movement potions and other auxiliary items in the shop to prepare themselves. When noon arrived, the sky suddenly became very gloomy. The chilly wind howled and dark clouds rolled. Hundreds of ghost gates randomly appeared in various regions of the land of Baki. One after another, gigantic figures emerged from within the door. The painted ghost, hanged ghost, plague ghost, mountain elf, black impermanence, white impermanence, oxhead, horseface, hook soul, and so on. At this moment, the 100 ghost army arrived with 100,000 ghost soldiers. At the same time, a dark blue gate also appeared in the mansion of the dead. A white ghost claw reached out from the gate and grabbed the edge of the gate. Following it was a figure that was more than 10 meters tall. It was entirely white and held a morning soul staff in its hand. It was the white impermanence. Seeing this scene, The players in the Mansion of the Dead were stunned for a moment before they ran out of the Mansion of the Dead crazily. Since the monsters were all invincible, there was no such thing as a health bar. Hence, they could only run away and could not face it head-on. The entire Mansion of the Dead was in a mess at this moment. The gate of the Mansion of the Dead was extremely congested. Apart from the players who had purchased flying items, a large number of players were squeezed there and could not get out in a short period of time. At this moment, the players who wanted to get out of the city were like zombies attacking the city. They were climbing up the city wall, trampling on each other. The difference was that one was going in while the other was going out. The scene was extremely crazy. When the White Impermanence's figure had completely solidified and the ghost soldiers had also walked out of the ghost gate, a game notification appeared. Server announcement. The 100 Ghost Parade event has officially begun. Players, please be careful to avoid the 100 Ghost Hunt. Work hard for your survival. As the notification appeared, the White Impermanence began to act. It strode toward the players closest to it. The chilly wind blew, carrying with it the yellow ghost paper. The atmosphere became extremely gloomy and terrifying. At this moment, many players' faces were pale. Run. The XX in front, don't block the way. F*CKU, can't you hurry up? Go to the west gate, this road is blocked. Don't get caught. It's here, the White Impermanence is here. Can the idiot in front hurry up? Why are you taking so long just to get out? Screw you. Under the event scenario that Bailey had set up, the players quickly assumed their identities and began to run for their lives. In this event, all the players could only hide and not fight back. This was because this was an escape event with a completely different level of strength, not a confrontation event. Even if the players ran out of the Mansion of the Dead, they were not safe. This was because there were 100 ghosts and ghost soldiers in every area of Bakey. If they were caught, they would be killed instantly. Therefore, all kinds of tricks were played. After all, the number of 100 ghosts was not large. To the players, they were not a big threat. On the contrary, the 100,000 ghost soldiers were a huge headache for the players. However, the ghost soldiers had a unique characteristic. After killing a player, they would be immobilized for about a minute. Therefore, a large number of players smartly chose to betray their teammates. Originally, they had agreed to run away together. When they were forced into a corner, they decisively pushed their teammates to the ghost soldiers and let them be killed. Then they would run away by themselves. This was what some of the players said. After all, it was just an event. As long as they were happy, it would be over. Therefore, betraying their teammates became one of the ways to escape. As long as there was nowhere to run, throwing a teammate out was like throwing a skill that stopped the ghost soldiers from moving, allowing the team to continue running. The trust between the players was completely lost. Not only did the players have to face the pursuit of the 100 ghosts and ghost soldiers, but they also had to prevent their unscrupulous teammates from betraying them and using them as skills. Just a second ago, we were brothers, and the next second, you're my substitute puppet. Die bravely. As some players posted this insane survival method in the event chat channel, such a bad behavior instantly became a popular strategy for this event. Those who had tried it all said it was great. During this period, there were also some players with strange brain circuits who buried themselves underground when the event started, thinking that they could escape from the 100 Ghosts' pursuit. However, it was not that easy to break through the event that Lu Wu and Bailey had set up. Lu Wu did not have many soul coins in his storage, so it was naturally a good thing to have one less player to receive his reward. Therefore, the 100 ghosts that he and Bailey had designed had different abilities. Some had a keen sense of smell, some had clairvoyance, some had short-distance teleportation, and so on. In short, it was completely impossible to find a place to hide until the end of the event in front of the 100 ghosts. The players could only constantly change their hiding positions and be on guard against any possible danger. This was the only way to survive until the end. This intense and exciting chase and escape event became extremely tragic after the appearance of the boss, Mother Evil Spirit. At this moment, the Fourth Calamity Legion, who once declared that they wanted to dominate this world, was being chased by the ghosts, wailing and howling miserably. The feeling of being surrounded by ferocious ghosts and being powerless to resist almost made a few timid players cry. It was too King scary. The behavior of the players during the event naturally attracted the attention of many neutral forces in Beiki. However, they were already used to it. From their point of view, these player clan creatures would go crazy in the land of Beiki every once in a while, and they had no idea what they were doing. They were either shouting at the air, looking at the empty ground with a terrified expression, or running back and forth in the land of Beiki. Anyway, they all looked like they were not very smart. Chapter 548. The Ghost Parade event was the first time the players encountered an event where they could not defeat the monsters. Compared to other events, the Ghost Parade event was much more exciting for the players. However, it was also much more difficult than the previous events. In the last hour of the event, many teams had suffered heavy losses to the point where they had no teammates to betray. Their kind teammates had all become the immobilizing talismans that some players used on the ghost soldiers, exchanging a life for a life. However, the players who betrayed their teammates still felt that although the teammate items were useful, they were not very durable and would be used up in a short amount of time. Betraying their teammates was fun for a while, but it would last forever. Many players hated themselves for not making more friends before the event. Otherwise, they could have sold a few more items and persevered until the end of the event. At the last moment of the event, when victory was at hand, the remaining players who survived the Ghost Parade were shivering in fear. Even the wind beside them could scare them. The players who were still alive were not those who had excellent awareness and were good at hiding and hiding. They were all ruthless players who betrayed their teammates. They were not ordinary players. When the event ended, the number of players who had not been eliminated was less than 1/10 of the number at the beginning of the event. As Mother Harpy led the ghost soldiers and the ghost soldiers into the gate of hell and disappeared from the land of Beiki, the surviving players were filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Less than 1/10 of them survived, but I survived. I'm so King awesome. However, when they returned to the mansion of the dead, they were greeted by the brutal beatings of their revived teammates. Their methods were extremely cruel. After all, they were used as immobilizing talismans. How could they not feel resentful? However, it had to be said that this activity was also filled with joy amidst the excitement. As the event ended, the players could not wait to start the second event, Zhongkue, Subduing the Demons. On this day, the sales of the items in the shop were extremely good, especially the speed potion, which could increase one's movement speed. Not only did Lu Wu not suffer any losses, he even made a small profit. Lu Wu could not help but feel that he was smart enough to come up with this type of event. While the players were happy, it also allowed the players to circulate their soul coins. When it was 8:00 in the evening, the game notification rang in the players' heads. Server announcement: Hungry Ghost Festival Event 2. Zhongkue Subduing the Demons has begun. You will be randomly assigned to your faction. At the same time as the game notification appeared, the players also had the information of the faction they were assigned to. Half of the players belonged to the Heavenly Master faction, while the other half belonged to the Zombie faction. Each of them had different abilities. As for the abilities that the players originally had, they were all blocked after the event started and could not be used. Their attributes were also adjusted to be the same. At this moment, the way the players looked at the players around them changed. They became extremely vigilant, even towards their own teammates. This was especially so for the Heavenly Masters. The Yin-Yang Eye was an ability that could identify friend from foe, and not all players could randomly grasp it. On the other hand, the players of the zombie camp had the necessary skill of identifying friend or foe, bloody eyes. Hence, the players of the Celestial Masters faction needed to form teams. In the team, There must be a player who grasped the yin-yang eye. As for the zombie players, they were already prepared to attack the surrounding celestial masters because they had the blood eye buff. The deception was repeated once again. For example, when a certain teammate asked his teammate if he was a heavenly master or a zombie, the teammate answered sincerely that he was a heavenly master. However, after gaining his trust, the teammate turned around and killed the teammate. The trust between players was once again lost. The battle of wits and courage had officially begun. The skills of the players from both camps had long cooldowns, so they did not dare to use them casually. For example, the Celestial Masters faction's Evil Smiting had a cooldown of 7 minutes. If it was used on the wrong target and they encountered a real zombie player within 7 minutes, they would be completely doomed. Hence, the battle of wits and courage was the main theme. Using skills to test the other party's identity was not advisable, as it would easily put one in a passive position. Compared to the vigilance of the Heavenly Masters, the zombie players were deceiving in order to get close to the Celestial Masters faction players and kill them in one strike. Of course, when the zombie players encountered the Celestial Masters faction players who possessed the yin-yang eye, they also met a tragic end. This group of players pretended to be tricked and waited for the zombie players to get close. When they thought they were about to succeed, they would backhandedly hit the zombie players with evil smiting, causing them to doubt their lives and be eliminated. Deception and anti-deception, tricks and counter-tricks, the battle between the players from the two camps had officially begun. In this Zhongkue event, while luck was important, intelligence was even more important. In less than half an hour after the event began, there were already players from the Celestial Masters faction who had advanced to Zhongkue through stratagems, and players from the zombie camp who had evolved to Jiangqin, greatly improving their abilities. The intensity of the battle continued to rise. At this moment, former friends might not be friends anymore, and former enemies might not be enemies anymore. Camps were the key to distinguishing between friend and foe. As long as they were players from the same camp, they were all brothers. If they were players from the opposing camp, even if they had just become sworn brothers in the Mansion of the Dead yesterday, they would still use evil smiting, bloodlust, and send them back to the resurrection point of the Mansion of the Dead. As the event progressed, tricks emerged one after another. For example, a zombie squad would disguise themselves as heavenly masters, find lone heavenly masters, and recruit them into the squad. They would then deceive and kill them one by one. There were also heavenly masters who had mastered the yin-yang eye, leading a real heavenly master squad to massacre and suppress the zombie players. The players from the two camps had different abilities, each with their strengths and weaknesses. However, due to the long cooldowns of their skills, it was a problem that required careful consideration as to how to use them appropriately without wasting them. During the confrontation between tricks, there were many who thought they had a winning chance, but failed miserably. Of course, there were also many who succeeded, and each of them fought for the final victory for their own camp. As time passed, the players basically formed small groups. The slaughter turned into small groups or group battles. Since they could kill each other in one hit, maximizing the efficiency of their attacks was also an important factor. Intelligence was especially important at this moment. The advantage of the zombie players in the early stage gradually disappeared, and the Heavenly Masters camp, which had the most casualties in the early stage, began to rise. At this moment, some of the zombie players decided to play hiding, preparing to preserve the precious zombie bloodline for their camp. They hid, turned into Voldemort, and survived until the end of the event. After all, the zombie camp still had the advantage. If they could last until the end of the event, they would still be the winner. This trick was indeed effective. Since the Heavenly Masters camp moved in groups, it was very disadvantageous for them to search for zombies. If this continued, they would definitely lose. Therefore, they could only disband the group again and spread out to search. At this moment, these Voldemort appeared again and began to hunt down lone Heavenly Masters. It was not that the Heavenly Masters camp did not have a countermeasure. as more and more players evolved into Zhong Kuei and mastered the Yin Yang Ai. Even if they were alone, they still had a great advantage in confrontation. At this moment, the Heavenly Masters camp players were extremely happy. As for the zombie players, their happiness disappeared. They all turned into Voldemort and fell into hibernation, the kind that would not wake up until the end of the event. Happy times were always short-lived. The players were still in high spirits when the notification for the end of the event sounded. Server announcement. The Zhong Kuei Subduing the Demons event has officially ended. The winner is the zombie camp. The ratio of the number of people in the camp is 0. 97-1. The final result appeared, but there was only a 3% difference in the number of people on both sides. At this moment, sighs and cheers sounded at the same time. Many of the Heavenly Masters camp players were vexed. They felt that they could have won the event in half an hour or even less. However, everything was a foregone conclusion, so there was no point in being vexed. On the other hand, the zombie players were excited. They felt lucky that the event was over. Otherwise, they would not have been able to compete with the Heavenly Masters camp players in the later stages. Just as the players were discussing it, the game notification sounded again. Server announcement, event reward released. Zombie camp, Jiangchen's gift pack, random reward, rare item drop rate increased by 3 times. Server announcement, event reward released. Heavenly Masters camp, Heavenly Masters gift pack, random reward. Upon seeing the event reward, many of the Heavenly Masters camp players who were still vexed over the event's final outcome could not help but smile. They did not expect that the loser would receive a consolation reward. They did not understand why the stingy dog officials were so generous all of a sudden. Hence, the players began to comment on the forum and the event channel. Dog officials, don't think that I'll be happy. I'm not happy at all, arms akimbo. Dog officials, for the sake of the event reward, I'll give you a compliment, not really. Dog officials, don't think that you can bribe me with rewards. Even if you bribe me, I'll still call you dog officials, arms akimbo. JPG, although they were slightly touched, the players did not bow their heads at all. Every one of them looked exactly like Lil Bailey. Of course, there were also sincere blessings and gratitude. The flood of words of gratitude warmed Lu Wu's heart. Once again, he confirmed that he was on the right path. In fact, Lu Wu had been thinking about a problem. That was, how should he treat the players? If he wanted to maximize the benefits, he could control the players by force and build a place like the Lord God space in the novels. He could force the players to survive and become stronger, constantly squeezing out their value. People like him, who grew up with the players, accompanied them behind the scenes, and considered for the players' sake, were usually called saints. Because he did not know how to maximize the benefits, he was too kind. However, he had experienced 2 years with the players, built the Bakey army together, built the mansion of the dead and Bakey together. This feeling of interdependence made Lu Wu feel very comfortable, and he had a clear conscience. Although there were strong and weak players among the players, they were full of vitality. This had already proved that his choice was right. He did not need to choose the strongest one, like breeding a poisonous insect. Reality had proven that his reward was an army of players, not just a few outstanding warriors. Looking at the forum and the chat channel, the players flooded the screen with shouts. Fight for a lifetime, never give up. Lu Wu could not help but laugh. Instead, he lowered the production rate of the rare items in the event gift packs. As the players continued to open the gift packs, the soul coins in the storage were converted into items. The soul coins were running out. So, all of them were unlucky. Chapter 549. After the Taoist Master Exorcism quest ended, players from all corners of the land of Bakey flocked to the Lioli coast. It was already 11 o'clock, and the Hungry Ghost Festival event was coming to an end. The last event was the Ghost Lamp Remembrance. The players were puzzled by this event. They did not understand the purpose of this event. There was no material reward, only a reward of Een karma, which they had never heard of before. However, in the players' opinion, the stupid officials would never cheat them even if they were willful. After all, the only weakness of the stupid officials was their stinginess. However, when the players arrived at the underworld sea, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The underworld sea that they were familiar with had undergone a huge change. Under the deep sea, clusters of blue flames were burning. Under the bright moonlight, one could occasionally see a blurry figure flashing under the water. The players were very curious about the scene in front of them. What the players did not know was that this change in the underworld sea was not caused by Luwu. It was a natural change in the underworld sea. On the 15th of July, the gates of hell would open. As the 6 paths of reincarnation were located in the underworld sea, many souls that had yet to be reincarnated would be released by the 6 paths of reincarnation and begin to wander in the underworld sea. At this moment, they had all turned into lonely souls, wandering aimlessly. Just then, a game notification rang. Event announcement. Players, please complete the final Hungry Ghost Festival quest before 12 o'clock. After the game notification appeared, the players immediately took out the 2 free items from this event, dim lamp and letter. Although it was a game event, it was undoubtedly ridiculous for most players to place their thoughts on the deceased elders in the game. However, for some reason, just by gazing at the underworld sea that had changed, their thoughts were surging like spring water. Many of their blurry faces became clear again. The words that once annoyed them rang again, filled with memories and thoughts. At this moment, many players' vision blurred. They looked at the letter in their hands, then bought a pen from the shop and printed their thoughts on the letter in the form of words, hoping that it would float away with the ghost lamp. As for whether it was real or not, the players did not care anymore. At least they were comforted. At this moment, the joyous atmosphere of the festival was diluted. There was no sound of the players talking on the Lili coast. Everyone stood still and looked at the sea. As they stared at the deep blue sea under the moonlight, their thoughts surged. Suddenly, a few players burst into tears. The sudden cries didn't cause the players around them to look at them in confusion, because every single one of them was like this. Their emotions had suddenly gone out of control. At this moment, the Yellow Spring Sea was like a mirror leading to his past memories. Lover, friends, elders. One by one, they appeared in his mind. Like a slideshow, the feelings of longing flowed from the bottom of his heart, overflowing. At this moment, the players were writing very seriously, infusing their thoughts into their words. It was as if this dim lamp could really bring this longing to the person she wanted to see, but could never see again. During the process of depositing the tributes, some of the players took out their soul coins and turned them into a wisp of blue mist and deposited them into the ghost lantern. There were also players who put in precious spiritual materials. Then the players released the blue, nether lamps into the underworld sea and slowly floated into the distance. As time passed, more and more lanterns floated on the surface of the deep blue sea. However, the players all stared at the surface of the sea in silence. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. At this moment, the once turbulent sea was also exceptionally calm, as if it was afraid that the waves would extinguish the candlelight on the ghost lantern. The seawater clustered around the ghost lantern, like a group of loyal guards, and carefully pushed it into the distance. The candlelight on the ghost lantern swayed across the long distance, summoning the person who was missed. This formless longing turned into an extremely strong signal at this moment, continuously cast into the distance and conveyed to the person who was missed. At this moment, the players suddenly discovered that countless blurry figures rushed out of the leaping flames at the bottom of the sea and emerged on the surface of the water. They circled around the ghost lantern, searching carefully. Seeing this scene, many players suddenly burst into tears. For some reason, they felt that the blurry figure that stopped in front of their ghost lantern was very familiar, as if they had seen it before, as if it was that person who they could never see again. This was just a game. Many players sighed in their hearts, but for some reason, their emotions burst out uncontrollably, and tears flowed uncontrollably. This was because this blurry figure looked very much like the person who had passed away. "Eat, eat until you're full." Many players murmured, thinking that they were very embarrassing, and wiped away their tears. But when they turned their heads and looked around, the players around them were just like them, or even worse. Time passed bit by bit, but the players kept their eyes fixed on the sea, looking at the blurry figure. They recalled the past that they had experienced with him or her. Among these lonely souls were elders, relatives, and friends, but without exception, they had a happy or sad memory with the player they were missing at this moment, but it was bound to be unforgettable. At this moment, the lonely soul figure on the sea surface pushed the lotus petals on the ghost lantern bit by bit, reading the longing on it and eating the player's tributes. At this moment, many lonely souls looked at the figure on the shore. Although they could not communicate with words, at this moment they felt the longing in the heart of the person who missed them. Countless golden spots of light emerged from their blurry figures. Like fireflies, they covered the entire sea and slowly floated to the players on the shore. This was a gift from the lonely souls, and it was also their reply to this longing. When the golden spots of light floated to their side, the players couldn't help but reach out and take the wisp of gold. However, the golden spots of light merged into the players' bodies the moment they touched them. It was just a blurry wisp of emotion and a little bit of virtue, but it made the players cry again. Time passed bit by bit. The players looked at the sea surface, the ghost lantern, and the blurry figure, quietly feeling and reminiscing. The ghost lantern moved further and further away. The lonely souls followed the lantern, and their figures also gradually became blurry. The hungry ghost festival event ended soon after. This time, however, the players were not as noisy and joyous as before. They felt as if they had experienced a parting, and their hearts were filled with reluctance. They still looked at the sea surface, the longing in their hearts not fading away, like the flames still burning on the lamp. When the lights flowed away with the flowing water, it also symbolized that the figure would never return. But the ghost lantern that carried the players' longing illuminated the way for the departed soul to return. The boat moved further and further away. Chapter 550. Although it was just a scene in the game, it evoked the longing in their hearts. It was a good idea, but when we entered it, what the F*** a big wolf dog replied to invincible loneliness. "Boss, I'm with you every day." Why didn't I know? Their battlefield shouldn't be here. You'll know when the players reach that level. Lu Wu nodded as he thought of Hitorigami, who was beaten up by the demonic god. He then asked curiously, also a word of advice for the weaker players. This map is a little difficult to explore. Lu Wu was relieved after hearing that. He then asked, however, what caught the attention of the players watching the video was the ground under their feet. It was also on this day that a post in the forum became a hot topic among the players. It even caught Lu Wu's attention. Lu Wu was also shocked by the mountain of corpses. Is he safe now that he's emotionally stable? Although he knew that the land of Naraka had the highest combat power among all the big regions, he didn't expect its former owner to be so terrifying. In the forum, Bailey nodded as she looked at the dumbfounded Lu Wu. My companions were all killed by the zombie energy. It's so King scary. Now I suspect that the desolation of the land of Sunluo has something to do with this thing. After a while, Lil Bailey exited the artifact and turned to look at Lu Wu. The land of Sunluo wasn't this desolated before. During the reign of the Sunluo Nether clan, this land was full of vitality and the environment was great. No, it's only the most comprehensive cultivation system in the underworld. There are still many that are stronger than it. For example, the heaven-sealing power that you mastered back then. That's the real invincible existence. It's easy to fight someone of a higher level. As long as you're hit by it, your entire body will be sealed by the divine power and you'll be killed in one blow. Bailey waved her hand as she spoke. mimicking Bei Li releasing the heaven's sealing chain. Yes, he was the strongest person below the great emperor. He created the largest cultivation system in the underworld, the Naraka Tao. What he learned was all-encompassing, and it was the origin of many cultivation systems in the underworld. The subsequent techniques, like the Azura Tao, also evolved from the Naraka Tao. That's why I said back then that the Azura Tao cultivation system was still a far cry from the Naraka Tao. Invincible loneliness, the land of Sanluo? Damn, this land is located to the south of Beiki. This is the hometown of the demonic god. Seems like Hitorigami was one of the rulers of this land a long time ago. Lu Wu was speechless. The past life of the demonic god? Lu Wu quickly followed up on the topic. When Lil Bei Li heard this, he put down his snacks in dissatisfaction. However, he still obediently closed his eyes and entered the forum. Why? Although they were always scolding the lousy officials in the forum, deep down in their hearts, they hoped more than anyone else that Battle Royale would continue to operate better and better. When I first met you, I had the same mentality as you now, comparing the demonic god to the Naraka realm's god, Bailey said with a look of disgust. You should have realized that many living beings would leave after breaking through to the godly state. Regardless of whether the person is an abyssal prefect or the overlord of the sea, the upper limit of the godly state is the godly state. This is the reason why the demonic god violated this rule. It wasn't because the great emperor of the East Mountain wanted to protect Hitorigami. I am indeed the best, Lu Wu said with a smile. It was like an abandoned, desolate world, without the slightest trace of life. The analysis panel appeared. However, the players only thought that it happened to be the Hungry Ghost Festival that day. They were influenced by the festive atmosphere in the game and did not think too much about it. As far as I know, the land of Sanluo used to have two strongest forces. One was the Sanluo Nether Clan, and the second was the Corpse Clan. The current situation is most likely due to the rise of the Corpse Clan and the overthrow of the Sanluo Nether Clan's rule. After all, this mountain of corpses does not belong to the Sanluo Nether Clan. It seems more like something created by the Corpse Clan. Do you think that the demonic god and the Naraka realm's god are very different? Lil Bei Li suddenly raised her head and asked. On the second day after the Hungry Ghost Festival, the players were still discussing the content of yesterday's event. Of course, Lu Wu, who was not interested in money, rejected all the donations. I'm done. Every player had a different life path in the game. It was not a volcano, but a mountain of corpses. Amidst the discussion, the team in the screen was ready to retreat. The corpse energy rose into the air and turned into a corpse cloud. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it turned into a corpse rain that washed over the ground. The pungent corpse stench was nauseating. What kind of concept was the Celestial Emperor? After experiencing the confrontation of burning soul coins, he had a preliminary understanding. This time, Lil Bei Li did not hide anything. Attached picture. Screenshot of the map of the land of Sanluo. The closer they got to the mountain of corpses, the darker their vision became. The corpse mountain in the screen was spewing out huge clouds of corpse energy. After thinking for a while, Lil Bei Li continued, everyone can see that this land of Sanluo is just too freaking weird. Barbarian warrior. I was one of the players who was captured by the corpse energy. When I fell into the mountain of corpses, I was so scared that I almost cried. Then I was killed instantly. Crying emoji, watermelon_taro. What the F asterisk CK, this scene is too realistic. I was scared too. This is more exciting than a real horror movie. Also, what's going on with that mountain of corpses? Content, that's not right. Then, why could the evil demon god of the land of Tsangshu kill all the living creatures in the region? He realized that he could not refute these words. Of course, it's because the god of Hell Path is powerful. Stop daydreaming. Although you were not from the same era as him in your past life, if you were to fight him, he would definitely be stronger. The power of the Naraka realm that he mastered and the cultivation system he created are two completely different concepts. Not only did he challenge the great emperor, he even challenged the Heaven Emperor. It was already the second day. After the event, the players' lives were back on track, just like the slogan that the players shouted. Lil Bei Li heard and nodded. Ho, beginner ghost emperor. I told you he almost advanced to the great emperor realm. How could he be weak? If he was not too crazy, he would not have fallen. Now he would be the fourth great emperor of the underworld, Xidagarba. Bei Li could not help but roll her eyes. Crayon_Shinchan. Looking at the introduction of Ho, it reminded me of a passage in the classic of mountains and seas. Another 10 miles to the east, there is a mountain of corpses. It is filled with azure jade, and there are many Ho beasts. The water of corpses flows south into the Luo River. It is filled with beautiful jade. It meant that 10 miles to the east of Mount Li was the mountain of corpses. There were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. It was a horrifying scene like hell. It was said that an unprecedented disaster happened here, and the people in the mountains within a radius of more than 20 miles were plunged into misery and suffering. The horrifying aura covered the sky, so it was renamed the Mountain of Corpses. So, I want to say, did the Battle League officials use the setting of the classic of mountains and seas to design the Sanluo realm? The Mountain of Corpses and Ho are very similar. As smart as I am, I can see through it at a glance. Tongua arrogantly put his hands on his waist. Fudi, I suddenly remember why the demonic god was sealed again by the great emperor of Dongyu after he broke the seal. The players could not do anything about the lousy officials who refused to take the money, other than scolding them in the forum. However, the players' feelings for the Battle League had grown even deeper. That kind of situation was unacceptable to all the players. In the video, there were about 20 players chatting and laughing as they walked forward. However, as the video zoomed in, the true face of the volcano could be seen clearly. The players who were watching the video and the team in the video were shocked by the scene in front of them. Why? Lu Wu shook his head. To fight for a lifetime, never to leave. Hearing this, Lu Wu was stunned. By the way, is Hitorigami, who annihilated the entire clan of the demonic god, a member of the Corpse Clan? Naturally, Lu Wu also saw the memory fragments of the demonic god that Guyu saw. He could not help but ask curiously. Roasting Chang, while hugging the jade rabbit, replied to Crayon Shinchan, "Thank you for your explanation. While I'm at it, I'll smash your head. Are you angry?" Laughing emoji. Then why is it like this now? Lu Wu asked curiously. Greasy uncle. It's just a mountain of corpses. Wait for me and my brothers to flatten it. It's not scary at all. Laughing emoji. I don't know, but I'm guessing that the royal power of the Sanluo underworld clan has been overthrown. If they were still around, this region would not be like this. However, this is normal. The royal power is not eternal. It's inevitable for a new force to overthrow the old royal power. There's nothing to be surprised about. The south of Beiki has been cleared. I brought my team to have a look today and found out that the place is 2F** King scary. It scared me to death. Slams table emoji. This is so F** King annoying. Peppa Boar. There seems to be something interesting in the new region. When I return from the sea, I want to have a look. Invincible_loneliness replied to a_large_wolf dog. When I climbed the cliffs of desperation, I was in a daze for a long time. At that time, I saw the memory fragments of the demonic god. He used to be the child of the giant clan in the land of Sanluo. In the end, his entire clan was massacred by Hitorigami, so he turned into the demonic god. Yes, he's very safe when he's emotionally stable. He won't be noticed by the heavenly realm. Don't worry, the god of Naraka is just the previous incarnation of the demonic god. Right now, he's just an ordinary god. He's still a long way from awakening. Besides, didn't a player named Guyu inherit the demonic god's heritage? The demonic god will not be our enemy. Lu Wu could not help but face palm when he thought of the hot-headed demonic god. He felt that there was a huge gap between him and the god of Naraka. However, deep down, the players were getting more and more attached to this game. Do you know why the demonic god is still a god after reincarnation instead of starting from the beginning? Don't you think that this mountain of corpses is weird? Why is the land of Sanluo in such an environment? Lu Wu was shocked. Faced with such a horrifying scene, the 20 or so players in the video were at a loss. At the end of their sight, there was a volcano spewing thick black fog. At least to the players, it looked like a volcano. Because the demonic god did not agree to the treaty after he became a god. Did you forget that this guy wanted to kill the great emperor and become a skyscraper? The demonic god was one of the people who made this treaty in his previous incarnation. He has to abide by it even after he reincarnated. This was also the reason why the players organized themselves to punish the clubs and guilds that destroyed the game's environment. Assassin's Creed, where's the great Devil King? Where's Bomberman? Time to get to work. Go blow him up. What's the big deal? Laughing emoji. At the peak of the mountain of corpses, shrouded by the thick fog of corpses, pairs of huge red eyes glowed with scarlet light. Accompanied by the roars, the ground shook, the corpses rained down, and the dark clouds sank. It was as if the whole world was crawling under the feet of these ferocious beasts. Creature details. An evil creature bred by the mountain of corpses. It feeds on the aura of corpses and the essence of the sun and the moon. It is controlled by the mountain of corpses. It is cruel and has no ability to think. The twisted roots plunged into the ground after landing. The thick aura of corpses seeped into the ground. Soon, palms, heads, legs, and various organs broke out of the ground. Shueli _ the strongest. Hiss! What's going on in this forest? Why is it so scary? What was even more horrifying was that on top of the mountain of corpses, there were corpse trees full of broken human organs. They were being washed away by the rain of corpses. They swayed in the wind and fell after the rain stopped. The exact situation was like this. At that time, the snowy mountains in the Arctic abyss in the south had melted. So today, I brought my guild brothers there to check the situation. In the end, I discovered that the snowy mountains were gone and the path to the south was directly open. That's right. Hitorigami should be a member of the Corpse Clan. Besides, he was probably the leader of the Corpse Clan back then. After all, he was extremely talented. If he hadn't accidentally angered the demonic god, causing him to be unable to cultivate and could only heal himself, he could have been a demigod or even a god by now. Some of them tried to challenge the Ghost General trial. Some of them went out to sea to harvest the Sea King. Some of them worked hard to improve their life profession proficiency. Some of them leveling up or exploring other regions. You guys should just watch the video. This is what we encountered in the Sanluo region. Of course, we were excited to discover a new region. So, we chose to continue moving forward. We wanted to be the first to enter this region and have a look. When the time comes, we could make a preliminary exploration map and post it on the forum to show off. Do you remember what I said? There was an ancient god who was so powerful that he almost became an emperor. Bei Li was stuffing food into her mouth from time to time as she spoke. Out of curiosity, our guild members stepped into the new world in the south from the Arctic abyss. Then we found out that the back of the Arctic abyss was a new region called the Sanluo region. In the 2 years since the server was launched, the players had collected donations for the battle campaign several times because they were afraid that the battle campaign would shut down due to financial problems one day. Of course, what do you think? The super antique god of Naraka is an even more unstable factor than your previous life. After reincarnation, he was still too emotional and had to be suppressed. Otherwise, the heavenly realm would definitely notice. Even if you didn't seal him in your previous life, the emperor would definitely take action. This is also why you let the old man, Bei Ming, guard the demonic god at the cliffs of desperation and only released him when his emotions had stabilized. Fortunately, After taking revenge, the demonic god's evil tendencies subsided and his emotions stabilized. The old man has completed your mission and released him according to your instructions. If the ghost emperor tier and god tier were insurmountable barriers, then the god tier and emperor tier were the same. They were not even on the same level. At this moment, a sudden earth-shattering roar attracted the attention of everyone in the team. The popular pinned post about Corpse Hill also attracted Lil Bay, Lee's attention. The gap is too big. The demonic god is like an immature child. He's silly and doesn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse. At the end of the video, all the players were swept away by the corpse energy and fell into the Corpse Hill. None of them managed to escape. Foodie, check the forum, there's a new discovery. Lu Wu said immediately. On top of the Corpse Hill, there were huge red gems moving up and down like hearts. It was strange and terrifying. What the F***CK is the land of Sunluo so scary? While the players were discussing about it, Lu Wu naturally noticed the popular post. So the demonic god was this powerful back then. Lu Wu said in realization, it's gone, it's too scary. At this moment, the players who were watching the video had an illusion that the Corpse Hill was slowly expanding. Lil Bailey shook her head. Especially the last Ghost Lamp Remembrance event, it made countless players shed tears. Following the principle of asking Bay, Lee if he didn't understand, Lu Wu immediately got up and found Lil Lee, who was watching TV in the living room while munching on snacks. The soil on the ground was brown, as if it had been roasted by fire. There was no vegetation along the way. Are you talking about the Naraka realm god? Lu Wu suddenly remembered who it was. Is the Naraka realm, created by the demonic god in his past life, the strongest cultivation system in the underworld? It was as if he had seen the figure that he would never see again. But at this moment, countless black corpse energy pillars rose into the sky and fell toward the players like meteors. Lu Wu nodded in realization. Attached video, author's words. If you can't open it, it means that your phone is not good. Our phones from 2,300 years ago can open attached videos when reading novels. Lu Wu nodded. Chapter 551. The discussion about the Sunluo region had yet to end. Players were always curious about new worlds that they had never set foot in. Although the environment of the new region was a little terrifying, it couldn't stop the players from exploring the unknown. Apart from life players, a large number of players had crossed the Arctic abyss and entered the new world of the Sunluo region. Among them were Lu Zhongshi's exploration team, the newly formed Sunluo region resource exploration team, and a lot of fearless players who wanted to watch the mountain of corpses erupt. After all, they had a lot of lives. However, a long-awaited revolution was taking place in the Sunluo region. Sunluo region, Netherlord City. The city had long since become dilapidated. The jade-paved ground was full of cracks, and not a single building was intact. It was a complete mess. In the center of the city, there was an enormous corpse mountain that occupied a quarter of the city. It moved up and down as if it had a life of its own, spewing thick black fog. This corpse mountain was even larger than the one the players had encountered before. Countless ugly corpse trees were rooted on it, absorbing nutrients from the earth. At the peak of the mountain of corpses, a dozen or so young beasts surrounded a blood-colored coffin like guards. Many humanoid life forms hung around the coffin. Their faces were pale, and a vine-like plant grew out of their chests. With every contraction, a large amount of vitality was extracted from their bodies and channeled into the coffin through the vines. These humanoid life forms had blue skin, and their eyes were as bright as gems. Their arms were tattooed with the unique mark of the Nether race. As the former ruler of the Sunluo region, their current situation couldn't be described as miserable. At this moment, a figure appeared above the corpse mountain. This person wore dark green armor and held a soul-devouring staff. With a wave of his hand, a huge, ghostly claw appeared and smashed toward the corpse mountain. Roar! The sudden attack alarmed the Yong guarding the corpse coffin. They roared and leaped into the air, pouncing toward the intruder. "Open, Yong!" With a shout, the sky above the corpse mountain was covered by a black spiritual fish. Countless spirits were summoned from all directions and pounced on the Yong. Soul-refining seal. Several imprints materialized along the trajectory of the spell and imprinted themselves onto the bodies of the Yong beasts as the ghosts feasted on them. The marks slowly seeped into the Yong beasts' bodies and began to absorb their vitality. In a head-on clash, this man had the absolute advantage. However, the Yong beasts that were surrounded by the spirits seemed to be unharmed. After a brief struggle, they pounced at the man again. Seeing this, the man's face darkened. He held the soul-devouring staff in front of his chest, and his eyes burned with green flames. Kikik! A hoarse, ear-piercing laughter rang out between heaven and earth as the power of ghosts and gods seeped into this space from all directions. With a smile of the myriad, I can descend to the netherworld and descend to the heavens. As the man finished speaking, invisible laughter filled the world like a demonic barrier. The oncoming Yong was immediately rooted to the spot, and it began to struggle violently as blood seeped out of its body. Seeing this, the man didn't stop at all. He decisively rushed to the top of the corpse mountain, where his clansmen were imprisoned. The appearance of the man did not make the trapped clansmen happy. Instead, their faces were filled with fear. Don't. The Netherworld clansmen were terrified as they struggled and shouted. The man was expressionless as he rushed straight to the mountain peak that was shrouded in corpse mist. At this moment, the corpse mist surged and quickly enveloped the mountain peak. The blood-colored coffin also trembled. Under the man's astonished gaze, a crimson figure slowly rose from the coffin. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The figure that appeared in the blood coffin looked at the approaching Netherworld clansmen and seemed very excited. Seeing Qi Yan walk out of the blood coffin, the man's expression suddenly changed. "Qi-ba, aren't you breaking through?" Breaking through? The clansmen that escaped from the corpse mountain must have told you this news, Qi-ba said and couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, Yu Heng knew that he had been tricked. Qi-ba clearly wasn't breaking through and had been waiting for him. Thinking about how his clansmen had escaped from the corpse mountain with injuries and told him before his death was actually a lie, Yu Heng couldn't accept this. But when he recalled the situation at that time, he suddenly understood what had happened. He remembered that when he saw his heavily injured clansmen, his eyes had already turned turbid. Thinking about it now, that clansman had clearly been controlled by Qi-ba. At that time, he had thought that his clansmen had only become like that because he had been poisoned by the corpse poison. Clearly, his judgment had been wrong. At this moment, Yu Heng knew that it was difficult to deal with this. He immediately looked at Qi-ba and said, "Qi-ba, return my clansmen to me. I promise you that the Netherworld clan will leave the Sunluo region and never return. Do you know why I didn't kill your clansmen? Because I was waiting for you." "Qi," Yan said with a sinister smile. Looking at the gloomy Yu Heng, Qi-ba continued, "How about this? I'll give you a choice. Either hand over your Netherworld clan's 3,000 ghost Dao spells, and you stay behind as my blood sacrifice, and I'll let your clansmen go. Or you stay behind and become my blood sacrifice with your clansmen. Choose." In Yu Heng's opinion, Qi-ba's suggestion was clearly unacceptable. His expression instantly became extremely gloomy. But he knew that within the range of the corpse mountain, he was definitely not Qi-ba's match. The corpse race was no longer a force that was willing to be the Netherworld race's subordinate force, and their Sunluo Netherworld race was no longer the force that controlled the Sunluo region. Their identities had already been swapped. Now, he had no right to speak in front of Qi-ba. At this moment, Yu Heng's heart was filled with regret. The corpse race's betrayal was something that he and his clansmen had never imagined. If he had known earlier, he would definitely have eliminated this route of trouble in advance. Back then, the corpse race could be said to be completely obedient to the netherworld race. They didn't even need to take the initiative to dispatch them. The corpse race would do their best to deal with all hidden dangers for the netherworld race and go on expeditions for them. Moreover, the corpse race who went on expeditions were extremely loyal and plundered a large amount of resources and treasures for the netherworld race. But what the netherworld race didn't expect was that the corpse race also continued to strengthen in the war. By the time the corpse race used the countless experts' corpses obtained from the war to refine the corpse mountain, it was already too late for the netherworld race to react. However, before this, the netherworld race had always believed that the corpse race didn't have the ambition or the strength to betray them. They didn't expect that it was precisely because of this that it led to such an irreversible outcome. With the support of the corpse mountain, the corpse race's strength was different from before. In this war, the netherworld race became weaker as the battle went on, while the corpse race became stronger as the battle went on. They even used the corpses of the netherworld race's clansmen to nurture several more corpse mountains. As the son of the netherworld race's patriarch, Yu Hung had witnessed the entire process of the netherworld race turning from prosperity to decline. If I had known that this day would come, my netherworld race wouldn't have nurtured a tiger that would only invite calamity. Yu Hung said through gritted teeth as he looked at Chiba. Haha. After the corpse race's ancestor disappeared, my corpse race realized that we no longer had the strength to contend against your netherworld race. So, for the sake of survival, our corpse race took the initiative to surrender and willingly became your dog. To be an incomparably loyal dog that would bite wherever you pointed. But this dog has now rebelled against its master, Yu Hung said with a gloomy expression. Chiba nodded indifferently when he heard this. Yes, since it bit its master, then it should bite him to death and absolutely not give him a chance to turn things around. So, no matter what, don't think of leaving today. Stay behind and accompany your father. As he spoke, Chiba stretched out his hand and pointed at the nearby, shriveled figure that was bound by the branches of the corpse tree. Yu Hang's pupils suddenly constricted when he turned to look at this figure. Leave. The figure slowly raised its head, and its eyes were filled with a pleading expression as it looked at Yu Hung. Meanwhile, Yu Hung said, Chiba, don't you want my race's 3,000 ghost Dao techniques? Yes, I do want it. But you must stay behind no matter what. Yu Hung gritted his teeth and said, I can give it to you, but let my father go first. Chiba instantly smiled when he heard Yu Hung say he was willing. He had coveted the 3,000 ghost Dao techniques for a long time, especially the strongest technique of the 3,000 ghost Dao techniques, the Senluo triple laughter. So long as he was able to grasp the energy of the ghost Dao extreme Dao, the corpse race's strength would be able to rise another level. All right, Chiba lifted his hand and untied the vines binding him. Yu Hang's father's withered body instantly fell to the ground. Chiba wasn't worried about releasing the former patriarch of the Senluo clan, because the vitality of this former expert had already been absorbed by Corpse Mountain. Even if he released it, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Chiba wasn't worried about any hidden dangers. At this moment, Yu Hang's father raised his head with difficulty and stared at Yu Hang as he weakly said, Hung are my clan's secret technique. Absolutely cannot be handed over. Don't be a sinner of my clan. As he spoke, he voluntarily released the last of his vitality, and the surface of his body instantly turned grayish-black. Dead. Chiba was very surprised. Looking at his father who had lost his vitality, Yu Hang's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Chiba looked at Yu Hang and sneered, I released him. He sought death himself, so don't blame me. According to our agreement, give me your 3,000 ghost Dao techniques. Die. Yu Hang shouted angrily. He waved his hand and condensed a dark green ghost claw, which slapped toward Chiba. In the face of this attack, Chiba's expression didn't change. He didn't even move a step and let the ghost claw hit him. After being hit by the ghost claw, Chiba's skin suddenly turned black, and he forcibly withstood this attack. The furious Yu Hung was just about to attack again when a hoarse voice came from the side. "Go, go! You are our clan's last hope." Turning his head, he saw that it was the clan elders. At this moment, their eyes were filled with despair and a trace of pleading. Yu Heng's heart trembled. The anger in his heart made him unwilling to leave, but reason told him that staying would only lead to death. Only by leaving would he have a chance to take revenge. Roar! As he roared, Yu Hung turned and charged toward the black curtain of corpse energy. Bang! His body collided with the corpse energy barrier and was instantly bounced back. Yu Hung was unwilling to give up and charged toward the corpse energy barrier again. He unleashed a technique and began to forcefully attack it. However, the barrier that gathered the power of Corpse Mountain wasn't something Yu Hung could break. After being bounced back time and time again, coupled with the attacks of the Yong in the sky, his body gradually became stained with corpse energy. His skin turned gray, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. Seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help but smile. He had already made full preparations, so how could he let Yu Hung leave like this? At this moment, Chiba had a mocking expression as he looked at Yu Hung, this wounded prey like a hunter. He enjoyed Yu Heng's final struggle before death, and a smile appeared on his face. A moment later, just when Chiba felt that it was about time to attack, his expression suddenly froze, and he turned to look at the bottom of the corpse mountain. An old man and a woman with a delicate face were holding pickaxes and knocking on the heart-like rubies on the mountain of corpses, as if they were trying to dig them out from the mountain of corpses. Seeing this scene, Chiba was stunned for a moment, and then anger appeared on his face. This red, gem-like object was the energy node of the corpse mountain. Like a human heart, it acted as a transport of nutrients and energy. These two dared to come to the corpse mountain to dig for corpse spirit jade. They were simply audacious, but then Chiba was dumbfounded. Seeming to find that it was difficult to dig it out, the old man pointed at the corpse spirit jade and opened his mouth. Then the delicate woman standing next to him suddenly pounced on the corpse spirit jade and began to chew on it. Chiba couldn't help but be dumbfounded because this delicate woman could actually chew on the corpse spirit jade and even swallow it. If he wasn't certain that there was no such person in the corpse race, Chiba would have suspected that this woman was also a member of the corpse race, because the corpse spirit jade was condensed from the corpse energy of the corpse mountain. It was filled with incomparably pure corpse energy. Other than the corpse race, any living creature that swallowed it would instantly be poisoned, and their vitality would be drained away. However, this delicate woman very quickly ate a large piece of corpse spirit jade. Seeing the woman pounce on the second corpse spirit jade, Chiba was completely enraged. However, at this moment, the corpse energy barrier had formed at the top of the corpse mountain. If he wanted to leave, he had to undo the barrier, but if he did so, Yu Hung would also escape. This made Chiba feel very uncomfortable. How can she eat it so quickly? Seeing the flow of time devour the second corpse spirit jade in the blink of an eye, Chiba's heart was bleeding. At this moment, the flow of time pounced on the third corpse spirit jade. At this moment, Chiba finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared at the Yong in the sky, "Kill him!" With that, Chiba waved his hand to disperse the corpse energy barrier, and his figure sped towards the area where Tangmu and the flow of time were. At this moment, Tangmu was chuckling as he looked at the flow of time eating, a gratified expression on his face. The flow of time was a technique puppet, and as it leveled up, it had developed initial intelligence. This made Tangmu even more determined to find high-quality spirit ores and spirit materials to help the flow of time upgrade. This time, the Lian Sanluo region was exactly the same. During the exploration, he inadvertently came to this nether city and approached the corpse mountain. However, Tangmu didn't expect that the flow of time would tell him that it was very interested in the red gem on the corpse mountain. Therefore, Tang Mu didn't hesitate to use the flow of time to climb the corpse mountain. After approaching the corpse spirit jade, Tang Mu analyzed it and found out that this corpse spirit jade was actually a level 6 spirit material. Although the analysis said that the corpse energy inside was very dense and one would be poisoned by it. However, this was clearly not suitable for the flow of time, which was a clever person. Therefore, Tang Mu wasn't worried at all. He bought digging tools in the mall and prepared to start on the corpse spirit jade on the corpse mountain. However, it was very difficult for the pickaxe to destroy the corpse spirit jade. Every time a hole was poked, it would automatically repair itself. Just as Tang Mu was worrying about this, the flow of time indicated that it could directly chew on it. Therefore, a scene that made Chi Ba dumbfounded appeared. Seeing the flow of time waste the corpse spirit jade, Chi Ba finally couldn't sit still. Chapter 552. At that moment, Nia Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, after all, he was the eldest in the team, and he was only the second eldest. Before the third eldest arrived, he could only be at the bottom. I'm serious. He could not help but glare. He was about to answer when Yu Heng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head. He and Nia Feng were so shocked that they could not help but take a few steps back. Chi Ba, Ghost Emperor Peak. Seeing Chi Ba's analysis menu, Tang Mu was shocked again. At that moment, the man walking behind suddenly raised his head and said, I'm just cooperating with you. What's wrong? Nia Feng looked a little wronged. Seeing that Tang Mu was injured, Flowing Time's wooden face showed anger. He reached out and was about to hit Chi Ba, but Tang Mu's fingers trembled slightly and stopped Flowing Time. Do you know how to make healing potions? He rolled his eyes. Why do I feel like you're becoming more and more abnormal? Looking at Nia Feng, he had a helpless expression. So do you want to kill him? Nia Feng looked at Yu Heng, who was lying on the ground, with a mocking expression. Puppeteer? I remember now. The 7 elders also have such a tattoo. Looking at the tattoo, he suddenly remembered where he had seen it before. As his HP was depleted, he instantly turned into a black fog and dissipated with Flowing Time. At that moment, a figure was hurtling towards them from the sky at an extremely fast speed. How can you be so wicked? Can we do that? Seeing this, Tang Mu's heart tightened. Now that the Ghost Emperor zombie spirit is gone, your mobile bomb zombie is gone too. However, he decided in his heart that he would do it again when he was resurrected. Now that he was facing Chi Ba, who was at the Ghost Emperor Peak Realm, he knew that he had no chance. As an apothecary with a strong spirit of research, in order to try out new prescriptions, he decided to mention it to he every day and subtly influence the great Demon King to agree. The figure he cared about the most, covered in blood, broke through the nightmare beast's blockade and flew into the distance. Save. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Heng suddenly lost consciousness and fainted. Character information. One of the 3 emperors of the Corpse Clan, with the strength of the Ghost Emperor Peak Realm, about to break through to the demigod realm. He lowered his head to look at the corpse sapling. His expression became extremely strange. You're still eating? Chi Ba roared as he stared at the time current, which was still chewing on his food. Behind the Arctic abyss, north of the Sunluo region, a mountain of corpses would have at least 1,000 corpse chi jades. How could he give it up? Boom! The punch sent the figure descending from the sky flying, and Cha Na's zombie spirit was sent flying as well. In order to save him, I obtained the inheritance of the Netherworld race. However, the most important part of the inheritance, the Senluo's 3 smiles, is incomplete. Perhaps he has a way to help me. Thank you, great Demon King. Seeing Chi Ming's reply, he turned to look at Nia Feng helplessly. He had been planning this for a long time, but unfortunately he didn't know how to refine corpses. So the first step was stuck. I'll cooperate with you. Get lost, he's not dead yet. It's very familiar. It should be the zombie spirit you lost. Congratulations. Nia Fong nodded cooperatively. It's useful? Nia Fong was dumbfounded. The sapling of the corpse tree didn't grow at all, as if it hadn't absorbed any vitality. Time Current raised his head and looked at Chi Ba blankly, then at Tang Mu. Then he lowered his head and continued chewing. Yu Heng's face was grayish-black, and his body was surrounded by corpse energy. The corpse poison was constantly destroying his bodily functions. Two figures were walking forward, leisurely. The man walking in front had a carefree look on his face as he walked and looked around. The man behind him had his head lowered as if he was thinking about something. In order to steal ores in the land of the 9 luminaries, he had been beaten and killed by the Rahu warriors many times. This was because he clearly felt that the white-haired man in front of him had vitality in his body, but not a single bit of it leaked out until he died. This was obviously against the law of reincarnation. Before he finished speaking, Hui's eyes suddenly focused on the Netherworld race tattoo on Yu Heng's arm. Just then, a hoarse laugh came from the top of the corpse mountain. Chi Ba turned around and his pupils shrank. He didn't want Time Current to get hurt. Senluo's second smile. Corpse poison? Hui wrinkled his nose. As an expert in corpse research, he could immediately tell what was wrong with this person. Seeing this, Chi Ba waved his hand, and a corpse energy emerged from his hand. It rolled up Time Current and sucked him into his hand. Character status, normal. What the F***CK, can you be normal? Hui said angrily. Chi Ba couldn't understand such a strange scene. Previously, he saw the players discussing in the forum that the strongest creature in the Corpse Mountain was the Ghost Emperor, Chi Ba, but he didn't expect there to be a stronger creature. Then let's kill him. It's just a matter of time. However, the only zombie Forge Master was right in front of him. How could he be willing to give up? Tang Mu's arrival had completely ruined his plan. Moreover, this person turned into a black fog after his death, leaving no trace behind. This was the first time Chi Ba had seen something like this. Great Demon King, I think the plan to refine a bomb zombie is absolutely feasible. As long as we work together, we can make a very powerful mobile bomb. By then, you can control the corpse remotely, and I can detonate the bomb remotely. We'll be invincible. Tang Mu didn't resist, knowing that he had to return to Beiki. Yu Heng? Middle stage, Ghost Emperor? Hui blurted out when he saw the analysis message. Amidst the laughter, the Chiba began to kill each other like crazy demons. The reason why the zombie clan could become stronger as they fought was because of the enemy's vitality and the constant replenishment of their corpses. If their opponents were all like these creatures, the zombie clan's advantage would be gone. Hearing this, Hui realized something. His face froze, and he immediately patted the corpse cultivating bag to summon Cha Na's zombie spirit. Seeing this, Chiba's eyes were about to burst into flames. Thick corpse energy emitted from his body, and he dragged his black shadow toward the direction where Yu Heng had gone. At this moment, Chiba felt like vomiting blood. Time Current was a treasure in Tang Mu's heart. Although it was just a game, he didn't want it to get hurt. He shook his hands lightly, and transparent threads tightened. Following Tang Mu's manipulation, Time Current suddenly broke into pieces, turning into parts that separated from Chi Ba's hands and reassembled. What's wrong? Nia Fong couldn't help but stare. Thinking of this, Chi Ba shuddered. That was too scary. Chi Ba's arrival shocked Tang Mu, and he immediately activated his analysis ability. I think you zombie forge masters are the ones who have the least respect for corpses. You're so immoral, digging up people's ancestral graves. Nia Fong wanted to continue, but he shut his mouth when he saw Hui's murderous gaze. Both of them immediately walked toward it, and then habitually activated the analysis ability. If it weren't for the Rahu clan's increasing defense against the players in the land of the 9 luminaries, he wouldn't need to look for other resource points. Tang Mu nodded. I'm Tang Mu, the descendant of the Mechanic clan. Great Demon King, you should really consider it. Although it's a one-time consumable item, its power is amazing. Nya Feng suggested again, unwilling to give up. After a while, Qi Ming replied, "The one who was killed was the puppet master, so why did the puppet disappear too?" "Great Demon King, you have to be brave enough to try." Nya Feng was about to lecture him when he suddenly looked up at the sky not far away. Seeing this, Qi Ba was stunned. "Huh, this tattoo looks very familiar." He was a little surprised. Save me." The corpse energy jade on the mountain of corpses was the high-level, spiritual material he was looking for. After eating 3 of them, his time flow leveled up by 2 levels. "Great Demon King, you have to keep your promise. Even the heavens want us to work together to create a bomb zombie, and here it is. Perhaps this thing was poisonous in the eyes of others, but it was a treasure in Tangmu's eyes. Invincible my ass. Don't tarnish the zombie forge masters. Please show some respect to the dead." Hui turned around and slapped Niefeng's head. "Great Demon King, why don't we start with him and create a ghost emperor bomb zombie?" Niefeng continued to instigate. As they passed by the area where the young beasts were killing each other, the young beasts that had lost control suddenly pounced on Qi Ba and attacked him. "Can't you have other pursuits?" Hui couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he was already used to death. He and Niefeng, who were standing at the side, were shocked. They immediately turned their heads to look at the figure covered in blood not far away. The moment the zombie spirit appeared, it raised its fist and punched at the figure flying towards it. "Get lost! Do you need help?" Niefeng asked from the side. "Nonsense, those are all rumors." He said with a straight face. "Elder Qi Ming wants me to help heal his injuries. He said it's useful." Qi Ba was a little surprised to see his body suddenly shatter. He then turned to look at Tangmu and said, "Tangmu." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Ba stomped his foot and the corpse mountain spewed out a zombie energy pillar, locking Tangmu in place. Then a zombie energy tree sprouted from the ground and began to absorb the vitality in Tangmu's body through the zombie energy pillar. "Interesting. I haven't seen a puppet master in a long time. Unfortunately, you've provoked me now, so you'll become nutrients for the corpse mountain. As for your puppet, I'll help you dismantle it. I can give it a try." Niefeng smiled sheepishly. "Sai, time to get to work. This kid is really lucky to have met me. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to handle the zombie poison." He walked to Yu Heng's side and squatted down. "Do you want to die?" Qi Ba looked at the zombie energy pillar and smiled hideously. "Although I joined the battle late, I heard from the dog that you used all means to kill Hitorigami." Niefeng said faintly, "I said no means no. Every corpse is extremely precious. How can I waste it like this? For these corpses, I've dug holes, climbed mountains, and dived into the sea. It's tiring. Unless I don't have to find corpses in the future, and they fall from the sky, then I'll agree with you." Hearing this, Hui's heart thumped. To be honest, he was tempted. However, he was not in the mood to work with Niefeng to create a bomb zombie. He reprimanded him. "Yes, I didn't like explosions in the past, but after your persuasion, I understand that everyone has their own value, even if they have the ability to control natural disasters. Now, I understand that I'm pursuing the art of explosions, but now you've become a stumbling block on my path to pursuing the art of explosions. You're not cooperating at all." Ever since the conversation and persuasion, Hui felt as if Niefeng's conception and governing vessels had been opened up. He went from resistance to acceptance and then to excitement. Now he had evolved into a husky. "Great Demon King, behind!" Niefeng shouted hurriedly. "The 7 elders also have tattoos?" Niefeng was a little surprised. Chapter 553. Faced with Qi Ming's request, Hui finally decided to treat Yu Heng with his own hands. The zombie poison that was extremely difficult to deal with for other players was a piece of cake for Hui. He immediately squatted down and began to check Yu Heng's current state. Then he summoned the zombie spirits from the zombie soul bag. Then he took out his tools and began to set up a formation to absorb zombie energy. In terms of materials, he was well prepared. With the help of the zombie spirits, the formation was set up in a short while. After activating the formation, a thick black fog seeped out of Yu Heng's body. Seeing this, he immediately manipulated the surrounding zombie spirits to devour the zombie energy. Although the zombie energy was highly toxic, it was a great tonic for the zombie spirits. Naturally, he would not waste it. After a round of devouring, the thick black fog in the air dissipated. Yu Heng's skin color returned to the Netherworld clan's blue instead of the previous grayish-black color. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A zombie forge master can even heal injuries. Unbelievable. Seeing this, Nia Feng, who was standing at the side, was amazed. Unlike you, as an apothecary, not only do you not know how to save people, you don't even know how to concoct medicine. He could not help but roll his eyes. How can I not know how to concoct medicine? Isn't dynamite medicine? Isn't it? Nia Feng immediately retorted. Dynamite is medicine. He was stunned. Isn't it? Looking at the righteous Nia Feng, he felt that this guy had gone down the path of a husky and would never return. There was no way to save him. Ignoring Nia Feng, he removed the zombie energy from Yu Heng's body and opened the analysis menu to check on Yu Heng's current condition. When he realized that Yu Heng was still in a state of near death, aggravated, he opened the menu in the shop and bought 2 healing pills to feed Yu Heng. Although there was an apothecary beside him, this apothecary was after all a fake. If he were to feed the pills he refined to Yu Heng would probably lose his last breath. He was well aware of this. After confirming that Yu Heng was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Next, he just had to wait for Yu Heng to wake up. Looking at the zombie spirits beside who seemed to be in high spirits after absorbing the zombie energy, Nia Feng said, Great Demon King, it seems like Sunluo region is a good place for you, especially the corpse mountain in the forum video. Nonsense. Why else would I be here? He said impatiently. I just thought about it. If a bomb could be as big as a mountain of corpses, how powerful would it be when it explodes? Nia Feng sighed when he saw he looking at him in disgust. He felt that this teammate of his could not be changed at all. It would probably take some time before his mobile bomb corpse plan could be completed, but he would never give up. While he and Nia Feng were chatting, Yu Heng's internal injuries gradually began to heal. He had the body of a ghost emperor to begin with. Now that the corpse poison in his body had been dispelled and he had taken the healing medicine, his body's self-healing ability allowed him to recover quickly. As the sky gradually darkened, he and Nia Feng skillfully lit a fire nearby. Then they bought a batch of fresh ingredients from the shop and started cooking. For living in the wild was already a norm because he basically never stayed in the safe zone. It was a habit he had developed in Beiki. He felt uncomfortable staying in the city, especially at the resurrection point. He would rather sleep in a graveyard than at that place. At the end of the day, he still felt a shadow in his heart. Although he now had the strength to contend with Murphy and little Pomelo's family, it was not something that could be erased in a short period of time. The days of being backstabbed and sent back to the respawn point was truly a deep impression of despair. Eating the food made from the high-end ingredients purchased from the mall, he appeared to be in a daze. In his mind, he recalled his 2 years of growth in the war. From crying and screaming to quit the game to becoming a member of the Wall Cheat Group, life was always full of uncertainty. Great Demon King, your craftsmanship has improved again. Very good. Nia Feng interrupted his thoughts. Bomberman, let me ask you something. Release. What do you think will happen if Battle Royale disappears one day? Hearing this, Nia Feng could not help but be stunned. After pondering for a moment, Nia Feng smiled bitterly and answered, Life will return to normal. Going to work, getting off work, no more surprises. I hope that day never comes. I realize that I can no longer leave Battle Royale, who he muttered. Damn. Great Demon King, you've made me depressed. But don't worry, the stupid official developers won't fall so easily. I guess this game will still exist on the day we die. I hope that the stupid official developers will come up with an account inheritance function so that my descendants can continue my unfinished research on the art of explosion. Who was feeling a little sad, was suddenly amused by Niafeng. Don't, if the player dies, the game character will die with him. I should die later than you. Then I'll dig you out and refine you. Niafeng was not angry when he heard this. Instead, he nodded. That's fine too, but it must be a mobile bomb corpse. Being born in an explosion and dying in an explosion is simply the perfect art. Ha ha ha. You're like AF * King Psycho. You're the psycho. How could you create such a crazy profession in the game? What do you know? Do you know the essence of refining zombies? Then do you know the art of explosion? The two of them couldn't help but laugh as they talked. Right at this moment, Yu Heng slowly opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, he noticed Hu He and Niafeng sitting beside him. He immediately became alert, but his body had not recovered yet, so he couldn't get up at all. Great Demon King, he's awake. Niafeng, who noticed that Yu Heng had woken up, immediately reminded Hu He. Hu He nodded, got up, and walked to Yu Heng's side. He squatted down and looked at Yu Heng. How do you feel? Feeling the zombie poison that had faded from his body, Yu Heng knew that these two must have saved him. The vigilance in his heart faded. Thank you. I'll repay you generously in the future. Why don't we do it now? Niafeng couldn't help but interrupt. Looking at the stunned Yu Heng, Hu He smiled and said, That's right. To tell you the truth, I saved you because I have a favor to ask. It wasn't out of kindness. Hearing this, not only did Yu Heng not show any dissatisfaction, he even nodded. In fact, Yu Heng didn't believe that the two in front of him had saved him out of kindness. He had lived for so long, but he had never met such a kind person. Under the cruel law of survival in the underworld, good people wouldn't live long. Selfless contributions might be nurturing a tiger that would invite disaster. That was how the Sanluo clan was subverted by the Corpse clan. Now that Hu He had a favor to ask, Yu Heng felt more at ease. Tell me, I'll do my best. I'll agree. I need the samsara laughs. Hu He answered immediately. What? The samsara laughs? Yu Heng's face instantly turned pale. He didn't expect to fall into the tiger's mouth again after escaping from Chi Ba's clutches. I won't give it to you even if I die, Yu Heng said with a livid face. Why? This is my clan's secret book. Although I'm indebted to the two of you, it's too much to exchange it for the samsara laughs. My life isn't worth it compared to the samsara laughs. Hu He was slightly surprised. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, How about this? When my friend arrives, he'll talk to you. After all, my friend entrusted him to treat you. As for whether he can get the samsara laughs from you, that's his business. Other than the Sanluo clan, it's impossible for other clans. Sanluo rejected immediately. You'll know when you see him, Hu He answered indifferently. Oh right, how did you get injured? Hu He asked curiously. When he was treating Yu Heng, he realized that the corpse energy in Yu Heng's body was extremely pure. This was a good thing for Hu He, as it could help his corpse spirit grow. Do you know about Chi Ba? Yu Heng asked without hiding anything. Chi Ba? I don't know. I only know about Hitorigami. Niafeng couldn't help but interrupt. Drought? Drought demon? Yu Heng had an expression of disbelief when he heard that. How could he not have heard of the two words, drought demon? The previous supreme leader of the Corpse clan was Hitorigami. Back then, the Corpse clan and the Nether clan were on equal footing because of Hitorigami. However, this incomparably powerful king of the Corpse clan suddenly disappeared. That was why the Corpse clan chose to surrender to the Nether clan and willingly became the Nether clan's dog. In the end, it was because, without Hitorigami, the Corpse Clan no longer had the power to resist the Nether Clan. Although he wasn't born when the Corpse Clan's patriarch disappeared. He had often heard about this legendary patriarch of the Corpse Clan from his elders, since he was young. When he heard Nyafong mention Hitorigami, he couldn't help but be stunned. "You've heard of Hitorigami?" "Not only have I heard of him, I've even seen him with my own eyes." Nyafong rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. Hitorigami has disappeared for a long time. How could you have seen him? If I told you that I see him every other day, would you believe me?" Bullsh *T. At this moment, Yu Heng couldn't hold it in any more. "Do you want to make a bet? Do you believe that I can make Hitorigami appear in front of you on the spot?" Nyafong mocked. "Bet on what? Senluo's 3 laughs." "No. Senluo's 3 laughs is my clan's secret. Using it as a bet is blasphemy to my clan's patriarch. Anyway, if you think that I'll definitely lose, how can a bet that I'll definitely win be called a bet?" Nyafong continued to instigate. Hearing this, Yu Heng revealed a puzzled expression. Of course, he still didn't think that Nyafong had seen Hitorigami. After all, the era that Hitorigami lived in was too long ago. Therefore, he felt that it was probably just a person with the same name and surname, and definitely not the former leader of the Corpse Clan, Hitorigami. "I think you've misunderstood. I'm talking about the Corpse Clan's Hitorigami, not the person you know." Yu Heng shook his head. "I'm also talking about your Corpse Clan's Hitorigami, the one who grasps the power of chi and blood, can emit flames all over his body, and likes to live in a blood-colored coffin." Nyafong said immediately, "Where did you see Hitorigami?" Yu Heng's heart tightened when he heard Nyafeng's description. He subconsciously thought that the disappeared Hitorigami had returned to the land of Senluo. This was definitely not good news for him. The current Corpse Clan was already so powerful. If a returned Hitorigami was added, then it would be extremely difficult for him to take revenge. Back then, he heard from his seniors that the Corpse Clan's patriarch, Hitorigami, was extraordinarily talented and had limitless potential. Fortunately, he disappeared, otherwise it would be hard to say what the future of the Nether Clan would be like. After all, although the Corpse Clan was weak at that time, under the leadership of Hitorigami, they were able to fight against the Nether Clan. Most importantly, Hitorigami was extraordinarily talented and had great potential for growth. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be the Nether Clan's nightmare. Thinking of this, Yu Heng's heart turned cold. It had been so long he couldn't imagine how powerful the returned Hitorigami would be. Even his descendants, Chi Ba and the other 3 sovereigns of the Corpse Clan, were about to break through to the demigod realm. Did that mean that Hitorigami might have already become a god? Looking at Yu Heng, whose expression was uncertain and whose eyes were filled with fear, Nyafong patted Hui's shoulder and said, "Great Demon King, show him your treasure. It's time to act tough." Chapter 554. Under Yu Heng's incredulous gaze, Hui summoned a zombie spirit from the corpse cultivating bag. To be precise, it was a half-refined zombie spirit. It was Hitorigami, who he loved and hated Hitorigami at the same time. He was extremely helpless. Other than Cha Na's zombie spirit, this Hitorigami had been with him for the longest time. However, Hitorigami's physical strength was too high. Until now, he was only in a half-refined state, unable to completely refine it. Because of this, he would take it out of the corpse cultivating bag every 2 or 3 days to observe and study it. This was also the reason why Nyafong often saw Hitorigami. He and Nyafong did not think much of Hitorigami, but Yu Heng was dumbfounded. "Hitorigami? That's right, it's the real deal." Nyafong chuckled, as if Hitorigami's corpse belonged to him. Where did you get it?" Yu Heng still could not recover from the shock. He had heard too many legends about Hitorigami. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was even a little scared. "Calm down, this guy is already dead," Hui said immediately. "Dead? Yu Heng was stunned when he heard that. He immediately looked at the corpse cultivating bag hanging on Hui's waist. You're from the Corpse Forge Master clan? That's right, Hitorigami is one of my zombie spirits. Hui nodded and answered. Yu Heng was completely stunned when he heard that. Using Hitorigami as a zombie spirit, he did not know what to say. Thousands of words converged in his heart into one word. Awesome. Where did you find Hitorigami's corpse? Yu Heng quickly asked. That's none of your business. Anyway, Hitorigami is my zombie spirit, Hui said with a smile. Yu Heng did not pursue the matter. After all, it was someone else's secret. After staring at Hitorigami for a moment, Yu Heng asked again, Have you refined it? His words made the smile on Hui's face freeze instantly. TSK, TSK, such an uncooperative, pretentious guy. Just kill him. Niefeng could not help but smile. He seemed to enjoy seeing the great Demon King, who had been suppressing him, being defeated. No, Hui said angrily. I can help you, Yu Heng said suddenly. His words instantly energized Hui. He looked at Yu Heng with bright eyes and asked, What's wrong with you? You have a way. Yes, I have mastered the 3,000 arts of the Ghost Tao, and one of them is related to refining. Although it is different from the corpse refining art of you, corpse refiners, it can still be of assistance. What do you need? You don't need any spiritual materials to assist you. As long as I recover, I can help you. All right. Hui immediately nodded in agreement. Aren't you afraid that I'll regret it when I recover? Right now, the initiative is in your hands. But that might not be the case once I recover. Yu Heng was clearly surprised. I'm really not afraid, Hui replied with a smile. This kind of trust that was almost like a gamble was indeed very risky for other creatures, but they were players after all. How bad would it be to bet 3 hours on the chance to refine the drought demon? Looking at the confident smile on Hui's face, Yu Heng suddenly felt touched. In his opinion, although Hui's blind trust was silly, it was sincere. Don't worry. You saved me and chose to trust me. I won't let you down. By the way, what's the level of your strength? Why do I feel that you haven't reached the Ghost King realm yet? Yu Heng asked curiously. He's in the advanced stage of Ghost Supreme Commander, and I haven't even reached it. However, in terms of lethality, we can kill a Ghost Emperor. Do you believe me? Nya, Feng said proudly. Hearing this, Hui couldn't help but roll his eyes. Niefeng's words were not wrong. After all, when he blew up the Mansion of the Dead, he did blow up a Ghost Emperor-level Sun Glory. This was proven by his battle record. I believe you, to be able to obtain the Drought Demon. Your strength is definitely not as simple as it looks. Yu Heng continued Niefeng's pretentiousness very cooperatively. All right, rest well. We'll protect you while you recover from your injuries. As Hui spoke, he patted the corpse refining bag and summoned the dozens of zombie spirits inside. Under Hui's instructions, the zombie spirits that appeared formed a large circle around the place where the 3 of them were, acting as guards. Seeing so many zombie spirits, Yu Heng was stunned again. He had some understanding of zombie forge masters. Although their abilities were very strong, they also had many taboos. For example, if the zombie spirits controlled by zombie forge masters were too strong, they could easily turn on their masters. After all, zombie spirits would develop their own consciousness as they grew. Therefore, refining zombie spirits that were stronger than themselves was a very risky move for zombie forge masters, and the success rate was not high. Therefore, for Hui to refine zombie spirits that were stronger than himself, Yu Heng was undoubtedly impressed by this. After all, to him, this kind of behavior was like playing with fire, and it could cost him his life at any time. As they chatted, the injuries in Yu Heng's body began to slowly recover. Time passed, and when dawn broke through the horizon, Yu Heng was finally able to control himself and stand up. At this moment, Hui received a message. Qi Ming, Great Demon King, I've already walked out of the Arctic abyss. Give me your coordinates, I'll be there soon. Seeing this, Hu immediately sent his coordinates to Qi Ming, then turned to look at Yu Heng and said, "My friend will be here later. He wants to meet you." Yu Heng was stunned when he heard this. This was because he did not sense any magical fluctuations around him. How did Hu receive the message? Suddenly, Hu and Niafeng became even more mysterious in Yu Heng's eyes. However, when he thought of Hu's so-called friend, Yu Heng said helplessly, "I can agree to anything but the samsara laughter. Even if he's your friend, I won't agree to it. Is it true that only members of the Nether clan can learn the samsara laughter?" Hu suddenly asked with a smile. "That's right. Only members of my clan can learn it, and it will never be taught to outsiders. This is the rule of my clan. Anyone who violates it will be a sinner of the Sunluo Nether clan." Yu Heng nodded solemnly. "Then there should be no problem." Hu immediately nodded. "What do you mean?" Yu Heng was stunned. "You'll know when you see it. You probably won't believe me even if I tell you," Hu said mysteriously. While waiting, Yu Heng's body continued to recover, and he could already mobilize the power in his body. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. This person was sitting on an illusory skeleton throne, flying over. "Elder Qi Ming, you're already so old, yet you're still acting cool." Niafeng couldn't help but pout. "That's the power of acting cool. It's impossible not to act cool," Hu said with a smile. "The ghost eclipse throne." Yu Heng, who was watching from the side, was shocked. This was because the Ghost Eclipse Throne was one of the 3,000 spells of the Nether clan's Ghost Dao. However, his clansmen had already been slaughtered by the Corpse Clan. How could there still be clansmen outside without him knowing? Yu Heng obviously didn't understand what was going on. However, when Qi Ming approached, he didn't think so. In Yu Heng's eyes, Qi Ming didn't look like a member of the Nether clan at all. Instead, he looked very similar to Hu and Niafeng, who were beside him. "I'm late. Thank you for your help, great Demon King." The Ghost Eclipse throne landed on the ground and dissipated into mist. Qi Ming stood up and looked at Hu with a smile. "You're welcome, Elder. He's already awake. You can ask him about the details." Hu nodded and retreated to the side. Qi Ming heard this and turned to look at Yu Heng. While he was looking at Yu Heng was also looking at him. At this moment, Yu Heng was shocked to find that Qi Ming's forehead and arms had the mark of the Senro Nether clan. Moreover, it was a royal mark. Yu Heng was dumbfounded by this. He didn't understand why an outsider would have the inheritance mark of the Nether clan. "I'm Qi Ming, friend." Qi Ming greeted Yu Heng in the manner of a cultivator. "What's going on with you? Why do you have the mark of the Nether clan's king on you?" Yu Heng couldn't help but ask. Qi Ming didn't intend to hide it. After all, he was here to ask for help. "My inheritance comes from the Nether clan's 23rd elder. It was given to me by the Ice Snow clan's leader, Frozen, the 23rd elder." Yu Heng looked a little confused. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such an elder in the clan. However, this person disappeared before he was born, so he naturally had no impression of him. Moreover, he had never heard of the Ice Snow clan that Qi Ming mentioned. Thinking of this, Yu Heng still asked, "How many of the Senro Nether clan's abilities have you mastered?" "Although I'm not very proficient, I have mastered 500 of the 3,000 Ghost Dao. I'm also learning the rest of the spells. However, what I regret is that only the Senro Triple Laughter is missing." Qi Ming couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Yu Heng nodded and asked again, "How long have you been learning?" "To tell you the truth, 2 years." Qi Ming answered immediately. At this moment, Yu Heng's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. 2 years, or 2,000 years. Did you get it wrong? 2 years. Yu Heng's mind exploded. Learning 500 spells of the 3,000 Ghost Dao in 2 years. This talent could no longer be described as terrifying. In fact, Frozen had said the same thing before. He had also marveled at Chi Ming's super talent in cultivation. In the age of Dharma ending, Chi Ming, who could live for more than 100 years and cultivate in seclusion on the peak of a snowy mountain, was a top group of people even in the real world of cultivation. I don't believe it. How can you master 500 spells in 2 years? Moreover, you're not from the Nether clan. How can you do it? Yu Hung shouted angrily. Obviously, he didn't believe what Chi Ming said. Chi Ming didn't answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand and formed a hand seal. Instantly, the Senro royal mark on his body shone brightly and formed an illusory ghost flower. This spell was used by the Nether clan to identify the age of their clansmen. Since inheriting the 3,000 ghost Dao spells, this mark would be imprinted on one's body, forming a ghost flower that could tell one's age at a glance. Chi Ming had only inherited the Nether clan's inheritance for less than 2 years. Therefore, this ghost flower mark only had 2 petals, and they were the initial red color. The red color proved that Chi Ming had inherited the Nether clan's inheritance for less than 1,000 years, while the 2 petals proved that Chi Ming had only cultivated for 2 years. Faced with the truth, Yu Hung was completely dumbfounded. Even though he thought he was extremely talented, compared to Chi Ming, he seemed to be overshadowed. At this moment, Yu Hung was silent. Previously, he felt that Hu He and Nia Feng were very mysterious and unfathomable. However, now that he saw Chi Ming, he was completely convinced. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. At this moment, Yu Hung only had one thought in his mind. What kind of clan is this? How could they be so terrifying? Chapter 555. Chi Ming's talent in cultivation shocked Yu Hung. At this moment, he felt that he was a fake Sun Luo Nether tribe member. Chi Ming, with such talent, was the real Nether tribe. He had only heard of one person with this kind of talent in cultivation. That person was Hitorigami from the Corpse clan, who also rose rapidly and possessed the strength to fight against the Sun Luo clan in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Yu Heng's gaze towards the 3 of them changed. He really wanted to know which clan they belonged to and how could their clansmen be so terrifying. Apart from the mysterious Nia Feng, there was also a corpse forge master who used Hitorigami as a zombie spirit. The zombie spirits under him were all stronger than him. One of them had mastered the 3,000 ghost spells of the Nether tribe and was even more talented than him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Everything was 2F** king fake. However, what Yu Hung didn't know was that the reason why Chi Ming could master the 3,000 ghost spells of the Nether tribe so quickly was not only because of his strong talent in cultivation, but also because of Lu Wu's great help. After receiving the inheritance, Chi Ming's body was recast. It could be said that this body was specially used to cultivate the Nether tribe's inherited spells. Naturally, his cultivation speed was fast. This was just like how Sun Chi's body was reconstructed after receiving the inheritance. It was perfectly compatible with the White Phantom clan's supernatural power. It was equivalent to Lu Wu personally activating a cheat growth mode for them. How could they not be strong? However, Yu Hung couldn't understand this. After all, the 3,000 ghost spells of the Nether tribe were created with the Nether tribe as the foundation. It was strange that an outsider could perfectly fit it and cultivate it faster than his own people. Looking at Chi Ming, Yu Hung didn't know what to say. He was extremely depressed. My friend, can you teach me the Sun Luo triplets? Or what do I have to pay in exchange for this spell? Chi Ming asked sincerely. No way. Although you received the inheritance of the Sun Luo clan, you're not a member of the Sun Luo Nether tribe. The ultimate secret technique will never be passed on to outsiders. Yu Hung immediately shook his head to reject him. Brother Yu Hung, your Nether tribe has no one left. Do you really want this spell to be lost? After all, your revenge might not be successful. You might even lose your life in the process. Nia Feng couldn't help but advise. After a night of idle chatting, Nia Feng, and who he had already understood, what had happened to Yu Hung. They also knew that he was the only one left in the Netherworld tribe. Nie Feng's words caused Yu Hung to be stunned. He had never considered this issue before. Now that he heard Nie Feng's words, he felt that it made sense. Strictly speaking, this outsider who had obtained the inheritance of the Nether race already had a complete inheritance of the 3,000 techniques of the Ghost Dao. He only lacked the ultimate secret technique, the Senluo's 3 Smiles. But when he thought of his father and clansmen's insistence that they would rather die than hand over the 3 Smiles of Senluo, Yu Hung fell into a dilemma. Just as Nie Feng had said, if he died on the path of vengeance, then the limitless Netherworld tribe's inheritance would be completely severed. Did that mean that he who had severed the inheritance was also a sinner in the tribe? At this moment, Qi Ming and the others did not speak as they waited for Yu Heng's reply. Time trickled by. After half an hour, Yu Hung finally raised his head. All right, I agree, but I have a request. Just say it, my friend. Qi Ming hurriedly replied. Qi Ming's heart was filled with obsession with cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have hidden in the snowy mountains all year round and ignored the affairs of the world. Now that he had the opportunity to master the Senluo's 3 Smiles, how could he give it up? The Senluo's 3 Smiles is my clan's secret technique. It belongs to the ultimate category. If you want to learn it, I can teach you, but you must pass the Senluo trial of my clan. This is also the rule of my clan's inheritance of the Senluo's 3 Smiles. Not every clansman is qualified to receive this inheritance. Yu Hung said with a serious face. Qi Ming immediately nodded. How should I proceed with the trial? Hearing this, Yu Hung could not help but frown. The Netherworld tribe had a ghost trial ground specially set up for their clansmen. However, this place was in the central area of the Nether main city, which was also the place occupied by the Corpse Mountain. Thinking of this, Yu Hung could not help but sigh and tell them the truth. When he heard Yu Hung say that the ghost trial ground was below the Corpse Mountain, Qi Ming nodded with a normal expression. All right, I'll set off now. Do you want to die? Qi Ming's reply stunned Yu Hung. Initially, he thought that Qi Ming would choose to give up after telling him the location of the trial. After all, that place was where the Corpse Mountain was. There was a high probability that he would not be able to return. This was no longer an adventure. It was simply a suicide mission. It's all right, I'll give it a try. Qi Ming immediately replied with a smile. His words made Yu Hung dumbfounded. He really wanted to use the word stupid to describe a person who did not care about his life. However, when he thought of this person's talent in cultivation, if this person was considered stupid, then what was he? His feelings became extremely complicated. It was not that he was unwilling to teach the Senluo's 3 Smiles directly, but the cultivation of the 3 Smiles of Senluo had to go through the baptism of the ghost trial ground. If he could not pass the state of mind test, he would not be able to cultivate at all. Even his past self had to go through the same thing. Old Master Qi Ming, let us go with you. It just so happens that we want to go there too. He immediately looked at Qi Ming and suggested, All right, with your help, I'll be more confident. Qi Ming nodded. You guys want to die too? Yu Hung looked at Hu He and Nie Feng and could not help but widen his eyes in shock. He could somewhat understand that Qi Ming was risking his life for the secret technique. After all, it was normal for people to die for wealth and birds to die for food. But why were these two fellows so reckless? Moreover, as friends, shouldn't Qi Ming persuade them? Was the life of a friend not a life? Even if they really did not care, it would be good to evade it and pretend. After all, their friends were risking their lives to help. How much is a life worth? Life is the most worthless thing in the world. Nie Feng curled his lips upon hearing this. Listen, this is F*King, human speech. Yu Heng's eyes widened. In order for him to survive, the last group of people from the Nether clan, including his own father, had died. Therefore, Yu Hung treasured his life very much. Therefore, Qi Ming and the other two's reckless behavior had already left Yu Heng completely speechless. If we pass the trial of the ghost path, where should we go to find you? Qi Ming asked. I still advise you to give up. Let's not talk about whether you can enter the trial of the ghost path below the corpse mountain alive. Even if you enter, you might not be able to pass this trial, not to mention that you still have to come out from it. Qi Ba is an expert who is about to break through to the demigod realm. If you meet him, there's no chance of survival. Yu Heng could not help but persuade them again. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Let's try. Qi Ming nodded solemnly. He still knew that they were courting death. At this moment, Yu Heng could not be bothered to persuade them anymore. He immediately said, If you really want to go, I think you can wait a little longer. It's better to wait until Qi Ba breaks through to the demigod realm. At that time, the defense of the corpse mountain will be the weakest. If you go now, without the threat of Qi Ba, your chances of survival will be higher. Don't worry. Just tell us where to find you after we pass the trial of the ghost path. Niafeng could not help but say, I'll stay here to recover from my injuries. I won't go anywhere. That's good. We'll come and find you. Niafeng nodded. Yu Heng heard and could not help but sigh. You don't understand how powerful Qi Ba is. If you meet him, you won't even have a chance to escape. Don't forget that his ancestor is in our hands. If we meet him, we'll use his ancestor to smash his head. If he dares to resist, he'll be unfilial. Niafeng curled his lips. Yu Heng was speechless. Hearing this, he looked at Hidorigami's body lying on the ground. Then he turned to look at Hu He and said, Although you haven't fully recovered from your injuries, there's no problem in mobilizing your strength. I'll help you refine Hidorigami first. That way, you'll have more assurance when you go to the corpse mountain. Hu He heard this and immediately nodded with a smile on his face. Refining Hidorigami had become his obsession. Now that someone was willing to help, he naturally agreed immediately. Therefore, under the curious gazes of Qi Ming and Niafeng, Hu He began refining his corpse. First, he took out a series of refining auxiliary potions that he had concocted from the channel. Then he manipulated the zombie spirit to set up a refining formation. Hu He had improved tremendously in the past 2 years, from fumbling around with the steps before refining to familiarizing himself with them. Relying on the huge amount of resources and countless practice accumulated from digging tombs and seals in the game, Hu He's attainments in refining corpses had long surpassed his grandfather, who was the last descendant of the corpse refiner in real life. After everything was ready, Hu He manipulated Cha Na's zombie spirit to carry Hidorigami to the center of the refining formation. Then he turned to look at Yu Heng and said, What I lack now is the effectiveness of refining. Let me see your refining ability first. If it's feasible, we'll work together. At that moment, Hu He did not know how different Yu Heng's refining ability was from his. Therefore, he had to confirm it first before proceeding to the next step. Hearing this, Yu Heng nodded and walked to Hidorigami's body. He squatted down and pressed his hand on Hidorigami's chest. As he murmured, a cloud of green mist appeared in his hand and slowly seeped into Hidorigami's body. Seeing this, Hu He walked to Hidorigami's side. He squatted down and similarly placed his hand on Hidorigami's chest. He closed his eyes and began to sense the condition of Hidorigami's body. After a while, Hu He suddenly opened his eyes in joy. Your refining ability can weaken Hidorigami's physical strength. It's feasible, it's what I need. My ghost refining technique is used to weaken my opponent's defense. That's why I'm sure I can help you. Yu Heng said with a smile. Then let's begin. Hu He nodded and decisively activated the formation that he had set up. A large amount of zombie energy suddenly emerged from the formation. This zombie energy that belonged to Hu He slowly seeped into Hidorigami's body. As it began to refine Hidorigami's body, it imprinted its own life mark on it. Seeing this, Yu Heng once again activated the ghost refining technique to continuously weaken Hitorigami's physical strength. Time passed bit by bit. After a while, he was sweating profusely. Refining was a meticulous job. Not only did he need to use zombie energy to imprint his own life mark on Hitorigami's body, he also needed to build a zombie soul formation to give Hitorigami, who had already lost its soul, the ability to move. It was equivalent to building an energy core that could provide mobility. At this moment, Qiming, who was standing at the side, was watching very seriously. He was very interested in any kind of cultivation technique. Niafeng was even more so. After all, his current goal was to refine a mobile bomb zombie. However, he was still unwilling to cooperate. He felt that his actions were tarnishing the corpse. So now he had a new idea. Learn it secretly, learn it himself, refine it himself, and then add his own explosion art. It's perfect. Although he couldn't understand his corpse refining technique, Niafeng still watched very seriously. He even had the urge to take out a pen and a notebook to record it down. Elder Qiming, how sick do you think the Great Demon King is? He actually created this class in the game. Niafeng couldn't help but ask as he looked at Qiming, who was also very serious. Qiming was stunned and then shook his head. Existence has its own meaning. This is just like your explosion art. Does it matter to you whether others understand it or not? Niafeng's question made Qiming think of himself when he was young. His desire to pursue immortality was once not accepted by his relatives, but he still did it resolutely. He cultivated for 100 years and spent his whole life on it. However, he never regretted it because this was what he was pursuing. Spending more energy on something that he loved was still a happy thing. Even if no one understood it, he would be happy to do it. Elder Qiming, what you mean by not being understood is different from what I'm saying. Have you ever thought about how the Great Demon King and I feel? What do you mean? Qiming was stunned. You see, when the Great Demon King was digging the seal, everyone was yelling at him to beat him up. He was happy, but others didn't think so. They wanted to kill him. As for me, I blew up the Mansion of the Dead. Although I'm pursuing the art of explosion, I still got beaten up. If others don't understand it, the consequences will be very bad for us. So, I don't agree with what you said about love not needing others to understand it. Hearing this, Qiming nodded in realization. That's true, because your hobbies have affected others. That's why the other players called me and the Great Demon King Calamity. The bitterness we experienced during this period of time is not to be told to others. Our days were tough, Niafeng said as he wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Hearing this, Qiming was speechless. He did not know what to say. He did not know whether to comfort him or not. Moreover, he felt that this bomberman had a lot of drama. So, Elder Qiming, I know that you have the ability to summon and control ghosts. Can you sacrifice yourself and cooperate with me to research an explosive ghost art that can fly? Qiming was about to nod, but then he quickly shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood that this drama queen was plotting something against him. She did not have any good intentions. Seeing this, Niafeng was unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade him. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The two of them immediately turned to look at Hitorigami. At this moment, Hitorigami was surrounded by corpse fog. He slowly floated into the air and stopped above the corpse refining formation. On the other hand, whose face was full of excitement, the hand that was controlling and refining the corpse fog was trembling slightly. It's almost done, Yu Heng said at this moment. Hui nodded and closed his eyes. He manipulated all the corpse fog above the formation and poured it all into Hitorigami's body, replenishing the energy of the corpse spirit formation that had been successfully constructed inside. This would also be the energy core of Hitorigami's corpse spirit. It's done! Following Hui's exclamation, Hitorigami's corpse spirit suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. Hitorigami's corpse spirit, half-step Ghost Emperor, realm suppressed. Character details. the zombie king that has been sleeping in the burial grounds for a long time. At this moment, its soul has been erased by the demonic god, leaving behind a ghost emperor-level body. It has been refined into a corpse spirit, realm suppressed by player who he in the process of refinement. Strength has reached half-step ghost emperor realm. Character status. Corpse spirit, newborn weak consciousness broken. Bound zombie forge master. Who he player, looking at the analysis menu, who was covered in sweat, clenched his fists tightly. He seemed very excited. It's a success. Yu Hung, who was beside him, nodded. He forced a smile on his pale face, looking very weak. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Seeing this, he immediately bought a level 2 recovery potion from the shop, took it out from the channel, and handed it to Yu Hung. Thank you very much. Take this potion. It will help your recovery. Yu Hung was stunned. After thinking for a while, he took the potion and swallowed it without hesitation. Since he trusted him so much from the beginning, he naturally would not suspect anything. Wow, great Demon King. Now you've become the real PvP solo king. I guess even a 50-50 bald monk is no match for you. Seeing this, Nya Feng quickly took a few steps forward and began to size up the 3-meter-tall Hitorigami's corpse spirit. Don't talk nonsense. My weakness is still very obvious. I can win against opponents like Big Gouda, but if I encounter opponents like Little Pomelo or Black Lily, who can bypass the corpse spirit and directly kill me, I'm not so sure. Being overly humble is just showing off. Nya Feng curled his lips. Hearing this, he grinned and did not explain further. In short, he was very proud of himself. Great Demon King, I feel that you are more and more wicked now. Nya Feng suddenly said, What's wrong? He was stunned. Think about it. You want to use Yuanchu's father's corpse spirit to fight Yuanchu, and you also want to use Chiba's ancestor to fight Chiba. You always use the mentality of a father or an ancestor to fight a son or a descendant to punish your opponent. Tell me, aren't you wicked? He was speechless, although he did not want to admit it. He felt that what Nya Feng said did make sense. Chapter 556. Seeing this, Nya Feng and Qi Ming immediately followed. F***CK, Uncle Tangmu. Your wife glared at me just now. Nya Feng pointed at Time Flow as he spoke. It's true. She really glared at me just now. She looked quite fierce, and even showed her little canine teeth. Nya Feng said as if he had seen a ghost. He heard and nodded. Corpse Spirit Jade? There's Corpse Spirit Jade in the Corpse Mountain. When Hitorigami stepped into the Corpse Mountain, the first thing to be alerted was the Yong on the Corpse Mountain. Then, Nya Feng looked at Tangmu. That's why I have a new idea. But I need one of you to sacrifice yourself. Nya Feng said solemnly. Hearing this, Nya Feng looked at He gave him a look that said, You know what I mean. So he looked at Qi Ming. Hearing this, Tangmu had a helpless look on his face. For a zombie forge master like him, this thing was a rare treasure that could significantly increase the strength of the zombie spirit. As the dust flew, a click was heard and the surroundings returned to silence. That's amazing! Nya Feng exclaimed again, looking at Time Flow in a different way. However, Tangmu still shook his head. Then the three of them walked towards the area in the city where the zombie energy was the thickest. The journey was extremely smooth. All right, actually I don't have much confidence going alone. After all, Chiba's strength is too strong. With you guys around, I feel much more at ease. Tangmu immediately nodded in agreement. He thought for a while and shook his head. I have no plans for now. Along the way, his supernatural power really shocked Qi Ming and Nya Feng. At this moment, they saw what it meant to have a specialty. Amazing! Why is your corpse-seeking plate like Minesweeper? You can even find out how many there are? Nya Feng asked in surprise. Next, the four of them hid in the dark and observed, while Hitorigami's zombie spirit walked towards the corpse mountain step by step under who he's control. There's no need. Elder Qiming, your ability, and Yu Heng's are both from the 3,000 ghost arts, so it'll easily attract Qiba's attention. He might even think that Yu Heng has returned. When that happens, he'll definitely search the entire city. It's better if I go. The flow of time has already developed its initial consciousness. It can understand what you're saying, even though it might not be able to fully comprehend it. There are 2 corpses buried under the city gate. Judging from the density of the corpse aura, they should be at the level of ghost soldiers. Let's go in directly. At this moment, the young beast, which had no ability to think, completely short-circuited. What entered his eyes was the towering city wall. The weather-beaten walls had darkened under the baptism of time. They were mottled, and a large part of the wall was peeling off. It was ancient and full of vicissitudes. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. Under this person's control, another figure spun, leaped, and danced in battle. Occasionally, it revealed a cold light, but it was incomparably fatal. In the blink of an eye, all 5 corpse clan warriors were killed. What plan? Be specific. Who he could not help but glare. If these 4 young beasts are the same as the one in the video on the forum and have the strength of an early-stage ghost emperor, it will be very difficult to deal with them. However, if they are all Ghost King level, I can deal with them alone. Therefore, we must first investigate the specific strength of the Corpse Mountain. Oh right, we also need to check if Qi Ba is in the midst of a breakthrough. Recalling what Yu Heng had said before, that Qi Ba was about to break through, who he immediately added, "It's not easy to survive in the land of the 9 luminaries. When it was first ruled by Luo Ho's army, it was rather chaotic, so we could fish in troubled waters. Now that the security is tight and I don't have the habit of forming teams, it will not be easy to snatch the spiritual ores from them. Therefore, I'm planning to search for spiritual ores in another place." That makes sense. Nya Feng nodded with an expectant look on his face. Therefore, I can agree to this condition. I won't risk the flow of time. Tang Mu spoke again. To Hu He, this was a treasure. Where are you from? Give me one too. Nya Feng said with an expectant look on his face. Hu He nodded upon hearing this. Looking up, he could clearly see the corpse energy rising into the sky like smoke signals. The roars of the nightmare beast could be vaguely heard. At this moment, Tang Mu had finished his battle and noticed the 3 of them. He turned his head to look at them. Hu He rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Nya Feng suddenly exclaimed. After he finished speaking, Hu He patted the corpse refining bag and summoned Cha Na's zombie spirit, letting him walk in front. At this moment, the flow of time was still adorably silly. It did not stare at them, as Nya Feng had said. They immediately raised their bodies and let out a threatening roar at Hitorigami, but they did not pounce on him. This was because they sensed that Hitorigami's aura was extremely similar to that of their master, Qi Ba. When he heard that the 3 of them were also aiming for the mountain of corpses, Tang Mu was a little surprised. However, if they were to head there directly, they would definitely be attacked by the nightmare beast or even Qi Ba himself. Therefore, entering the mountain of corpses safely became a problem. Nya Feng was a little disappointed by the 3 of them's rejection, because he had failed once again. What the F***CK, Great Demon King, are you going straight to the ancestors? Nya Feng was very surprised. Anyway, we can retrieve them after they die. What's there to be afraid of? The other zombie spirits can't defeat the nightmare beast anyway. Moreover, we can also check if Qi Ba is in seclusion, Hu He said nonchalantly. After advancing for a distance, the 3 of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. However, before the 2 zombie warriors could attack, Cha Na's zombie spirit made the first move. He grabbed the necks of the 2 zombie warriors and pressed them hard onto the ground. Now that he had confirmed that this was the corpse spirit jade, Hu He was a little excited. However, they had to enter the mountain of corpses. Apart from Nya Feng, the 3 of them had a purpose that they had to enter. Whether it was the corpse energy concealment formation that was set up in the city or the zombie soldiers buried underground, They could not escape Hui's detection. Everything was exposed, due to Hitorigami's powerful aura. As he approached, the zombie trees rooted in the mountain of corpses began to sway involuntarily, as if they were distinguishing between friend and foe. At this moment, there was a player fighting with a zombie warrior in front of them, just as Hui had said. When they arrived at the city gate, the two zombie warriors felt a sense of life and leaped up from the ground. Hui nodded. We're on the same side. Niefeng nodded. Although my bombs are powerful, they also have a lot of limitations. That's why I'm thinking that all three of you can control them in battle. The Great Demon King can control zombie spirits, the 7 old men can control ghosts, and Uncle Tang Mu can control puppets. I think one of you should cooperate with me to create a mobile bomb. I'll detonate it remotely and give the mountain of corpses a hard time. When the time comes, we can take advantage of the chaos and advance. Perfect. What about you guys? What are you doing here? Tang Mu asked after explaining his situation. Not only could the corpse spirit jade feed the zombie spirits and increase their combat power, but it was also a precious material for making a corpse-raising bag. It had the powerful effect of nourishing the zombie spirits. Therefore, the team of 3 became 4 after Tang Mu joined them. Moreover, each of them was a member of the Bakewall gang and was very powerful. Uncle Tang Mu, I wanted to ask you, aren't you active in the land of the 9 luminaries? Why are you here in the land of Sanluo? Hui asked curiously. Uncle Tang Mu? Niefeng was surprised to see him. With Tang Mu, who was familiar with the road, leading the way, and Hui who could avoid danger, the journey was very smooth. Soon, they arrived at the area where the mountain of corpses was. Great Demon King, dig out the weapons, separate the gold, and fix the acupoints, and watch the mountain of corpses. Niefeng said with a smile. I've been to that place, and I've seen the Scarlet Demon. Now, I want to go to the mountain of corpses to dig out the corpse spirit jade. I saw 4 of them. I'm not sure how many there are, but there might only be 4. Tang Mu answered immediately. However, Qi Ming still shook his head. He patted the corpse spirit bag, and Drought Demon's zombie spirit appeared. Hearing the 3 words corpse spirit jade, Hui was a little excited. My friend Bomb, your plan is actually useless. My ghost isn't a physical body, so it can't merge with the bombs you refined. When he realized that it was someone he knew, Tang Mu was a little stunned. The land of Sanluo, the Lord City of the Nether. Watch your words. Hui couldn't help but scold him. However, he still turned his head to look at the flow of time. Niefeng saw this and sighed. Looks like I'm the only one who can do this. When Hui activated the zombie energy disc, the needle on the disc quickly pointed to the city. The zombie energy value rose rapidly and reached the peak of 1,000 points. At the same time, it showed the increment of the distance. Then, I'll summon the ghost to check it out, Qi Ming said. Tell me, what's your plan? Although the bombs you use to destroy the evil formation are powerful, aren't they very uncontrollable? You can't possibly refine them on the mountain of corpses, right? Hui asked curiously. After glancing at the zombie energy disc, Hui raised his head and looked at the city gate. In fact, the main reason he came to the land of Sanluo this time was to watch the video on the forum. He realized that the mountain of corpses in the video was inlaid with many heart-like rubies. At that time, Hui guessed that it might be the corpse spirit jade, which was why he brought Niefeng here. However, Tang Mu looked calm. The 4 of them sat down and began to discuss their countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Hui told them the reason why the 3 of them came here. After all, it's for food. Do you see those glowing red gems? That's the corpse spirit jade. Tang Mu said. Qi Ming also shook his head. Niefeng heard this and turned his head to look at Qi Ming. By the way, do you guys have any plans? If we go directly, we probably won't be able to defeat Qi Ba. Niefeng looked at the 3 of them and said. Hui couldn't help but roll his eyes at Niefeng. However, he still took out his special treasure, the corpse-searching disc. The corpse-searching disc in Hui's hand looked very different from before. After Tonggua's specially upgraded corpse-searching disc, it had the ability to check the specific zombie energy value, which made it more convenient. Yes, there are a lot of level 6 spiritual materials on the Mountain of Corpses. Time River likes to eat them. As he spoke, Tang Mu pointed at Time River, who was standing beside him with a silly and cute face and dressed in a gorgeous red ancient costume. After 2 days and 2 nights of rushing, the 3-man team that was temporarily formed finally arrived at the Lord City of the Nether after bidding farewell to Yu Heng. If that's the case, why don't we go together? We can take care of each other, Qi Ming suggested. By the way, do you know how many young beasts are in this Mountain of Corpses? Hui suddenly asked. Although he had been refined into a zombie spirit, Hidorigami's aura was completely similar to that of the Corpse Clan. His approach did not cause the corpse tree to attack him. Hui looked at Nya Feng helplessly, then turned around and walked into the city, ignoring the husky whose conception and governing vessels had been unblocked. Chapter 5:57. Hidorigami's aura caused the young beasts to freeze in place. They discovered that this aura was so similar to their master's that they could not be judged as an enemy. Hidorigami walked to the peak of the Corpse Mountain without any obstruction. Thick corpse energy gathered around him and nourished his body, causing the scarlet in his eyes to gradually light up. At the same time, Qi Ba, who was sleeping in the blood coffin, suddenly opened his eyes. The coffin lid slowly opened. He closed his eyes and floated in the air. Adjusting his body, he faced Hidorigami and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Hidorigami walking from the foot of the mountain, Qi Ba was very confused. This person had the aura of the same race. He should be a member of the corpse race, but there was something different about him. But when he saw Hidorigami's appearance, Qi Ba's eyes widened. Ancient memories that had been sealed for a long time surfaced. That was the most difficult time for the corpse race. The corpse race that had once been able to fight against the nether race had fallen to rock bottom. Without warning, the corpse race's most elite corpse plucking corps and their leader, Hidorigami, had disappeared. No one knew what had happened. They searched for them, but all they found was a ruined city of the giant race, burned ground, and bottomless pits in the giant race. There seemed to have been a fierce battle here. The giant race had been destroyed, but the corpse race's proud leader, Hidorigami, had also disappeared. The disappearance of the corpse plucking corps and their leader was a huge blow to the corpse race. After that, the corpse race's power fell to rock bottom. They were about to face the suppression of the strongest power in the Sanluo region, the nether race. At that moment, the corpse race's upper echelons had held a meeting. In that meeting, the corpse race had decided to leave the Sanluo region and go to the outer realms. In their opinion, wandering was better than being destroyed by the Sanluo nether race. But at that time, a member of the corpse race had stood up. She had stood her ground and made the decision to change the fate of the corpse race. Seeing Hidorigami now, Qi Ba could not help but think of what that member of the corpse race had said. Without Big Brother and the corpse plucking corps, the corpse race is not safe anywhere. No matter how chaotic the outer realms are, when foreign enemies come, they will unite. So, no matter where we go, we will die. We might as well stay and endure humiliation. The words spoken by the small figure standing in the corner stunned all the corpse race members present at that time. Qi Ba still remembered that when he personally asked her what she meant by enduring humiliation for the greater good, she said, I'm sorry. Be a dog for the netherworld race. Be an incomparably loyal dog, and use your actions to win the trust of this master. From today onwards, only the people present will know what I say. Tell the descendants of the corpse race to be loyal to the netherworld race and never betray them. Only when we have the strength to resist will we tell our clansmen the truth. These words had completely stunned the upper echelons of the corpse race, as well as Qi Ba. The impression that the higher-ups of the corpse clan had of this little girl came from Hamba, because she had always been by his side. She was a little sister who had always been shrouded in Hamba's halo. The respect that the members of the Corpse clan had for her also came from Hamba, but they had never truly understood this member who looked extremely weak. Regarding this decision, the higher-ups of the Corpse race had initially resisted. However, the little girl had analyzed the current and future situation of the Corpse race and explained the reasons, convincing everyone present, including Chiba. From then on, the Corpse race had become a loyal dog of the Sanluo Netherworld race, except for the higher-ups of the Corpse race in the meeting who knew the truth. Even the descendants of the Corpse race thought so. There was no flaw, and they had deceived the Netherworld race. After that, the seemingly weak little girl had led the Corpse race to prosperity step by step. She had even researched the Corpse Mountain that allowed the Corpse race to completely overturn the situation. Until now, she had grown into one of the 3 sovereigns of the Corpse race. Chiba would rather call her a leader than one of the 3 sovereigns of the Corpse race. She was Meiba. It was she who had pulled the Corpse race from the bottom and overturned the original ruler of the Sanluo territory, the Netherworld race. Although she didn't have the fighting and cultivation talent of her brother Hamba, in Chiba's opinion, Meiba was more suitable to be the leader of the Corpse race. After witnessing Meiba's means with his own eyes, Chiba was full of respect for her. However, Chiba knew that Meiba had never been happy, because she had always been waiting for someone. The former leader of the Corpse race, the king who was once known as the expert who could cultivate to the divine realm, Hamba. Until now, she had never given up looking for him. She had said that Hamba wasn't dead, but was sleeping somewhere. I will wait for him to return and give her a brand new Corpse race. Ancient memories emerged. The moment he saw Hamba, Chiba's body trembled. A familiar aura, a familiar face. Although the appearance in his memory was a little fuzzy, he was sure that Hamba had returned. Roar! Chiba let out an excited roar. However, Hamba didn't respond to him. There was no light in her scarlet eyes. She just walked toward the peak of the Corpse Mountain. You're back. We've been waiting for you for a long time, Chiba said excitedly again. Facing Chiba's words, Hamba still didn't respond. A strong blood energy appeared on the surface of her body, and the scarlet in her eyes became even more intense. At this moment, Chiba was confused. In his eyes, Hidorigami was like a puppet that had lost its soul. Meiba was very familiar with Hamba, the ancestor of the Corpse race. She was once a member of Hamba's corpse pulling group and was promoted to the upper echelon of the Corpse race by Hamba. Therefore, she was very familiar with Hamba and could see that something was wrong with him. Thinking of this, Chiba's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hamba. She stared at Hamba's eyes with a solemn expression. Her joyful expression gradually turned into anger. Corpse spirit, you've been refined into a corpse spirit. Through Hamba's pupils, Chiba saw an empty body that had lost its soul, as well as a weak, new consciousness. In other words, Hamba was no longer the Hamba of the past, nor was he the leader of the Corpse race that had once made them proud. Roar! Chiba grabbed Hamba's neck and lifted him up little by little. At this moment, Hamba also punched Chiba's chest. This punch left a mark on Chiba's chest, but Chiba didn't dodge. She still looked at Hamba angrily, killing intent surging in her eyes. At this moment, Chiba could imagine what would happen to Meiba if she knew that Hamba had become a corpse spirit. She had waited for Hamba for too long, and the truth was too cruel to her. And the only motivation for her to stay in the Corpse race and work hard for the prosperity of the Corpse race was Hamba. Chiba knew that, in fact, she didn't care about the future of the Corpse race at all. She led the Corpse race to rise just to give her brother a surprise when he returned. She just wanted to get a compliment. Chiba would never allow Meiba's heart to be shaken by Hamba's return when the Corpse race was rising. Killing intent surged. At this moment, Chiba had made a decision. Kill Hamba without Meiba knowing and pretend that Hamba had never appeared. Even if Meiba found out in the future, she was willing to bear Meiba's anger. Everything was for the future of the corpse race. Boom! At this moment, Hanba's eyes flashed scarlet. The power of qi and blood surrounded her body. Suddenly, she punched Chi-Ba's face, forcing him to take a step back. Then, she twisted her body and kicked Chi-Ba's left shoulder with her right leg like a whip. Roar! Chi-Ba roared and threw Hanba to the ground. The dense corpse energy of the corpse mountain gathered in his fist and suddenly hit Hanba's body. After making a decision, Chi-Ba didn't hold back at all. The corpse mountain trembled. The blood mist on Hanba's body dissipated from the punch, and the scarlet in his eyes dimmed. He and the others who saw the scene from afar felt their hearts tighten. Even the ancestor could do it. What an unfilial descendant! Nya Fong couldn't help but sigh. I just heard what Chi-Ba said through Hanba. It seems that they have been waiting for Hanba to return, he said with a slight frown. If that's the case, why did they still do it? Nya Fong was stunned. He found out that Hanba had been refined into a corpse spirit, so he became angry out of humiliation. He replied. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Hanba's corpse spirit again and began to control Hanba to counterattack. However, Hanba's corpse spirit's resistance became very weak when faced with someone whose strength was obviously much stronger. In order to control Hanba's corpse spirit more smoothly, he sealed its strength at the half-step Ghost Emperor realm. However, Chi-Ba was an expert at the peak of the Ghost Emperor realm and was even close to the demigod realm. After taking a few punches, cracks appeared on the surface of Hanba's body. The power of qi and blood in his body was scattered and could not be easily condensed. This wave of probing did not give Hu any useful information at all, other than letting him know that Chi-Ba was not asleep. Hu couldn't help but frown. Looking at Hanba, who was about to be beaten into a black mist and retrieved, Hu completely gave up. He had to admit that Chi-Ba was too strong. His strength was equivalent to the combat strength of a prefect level even in other regions. Looking at the dying Hanba's corpse spirit, Chi-Ba took a deep breath, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Other than Mei Ba's anticipation, he had also thought about the day when Hanba would return. At this moment, the more he looked forward to it, the more furious he was. This was not the Hanba that he wanted to wait for, nor was this the brother that Mei Ba wanted. Zombie Forge Master, I will find you, wait for me. Looking into Hanba's eyes, Chi-Ba raised his fist and said. This sentence was naturally not meant for Hanba, but for who was controlling Hanba. At this moment, his fist, which was condensed with dense corpse energy, suddenly swung down. He wanted to completely erase all traces of Hanba's existence with this blow. His former feelings of longing and worship condensed into anger, accompanied by the corpse energy, and smashed down. However, when this fist was about to touch Hanba's body, Chi-Ba's body suddenly flew out and smashed into the mountain of corpses, creating a deep pit and sinking into it. In Chi-Ba's disbelieving gaze, a figure in a black cloak appeared. When she raised her head, she revealed a young face and a pair of strange purple eyes. At this moment, she looked at Hanba. Her emotions seemed to be a little out of control, and her body kept trembling. Brother, he's not your brother, nor is he Hanba. He's just a controlled corpse spirit. Let me kill him. Chi-Ba's figure flew out of the deep pit and roared at Mei Ba. Mei Ba ignored Hanba and continued to look at him. There was only longing in her eyes. Die! Seeing this, Chi-Ba was completely enraged and shot straight at Hanba. Sensing the murderous intent, Mei Ba's cold gaze suddenly turned to Chi-Ba, and her murderous intent suddenly surged.